Good morning, everyone. Hopefully this is working. Oh, looks like the chat window's up. All right, awesome. Well, good morning. Oh, apparently tomorrow's report card day for the kids at school. I hope everybody had a wonderful holiday. Holidays, plural. Hope 2020 is doing you well. And looks like there's a few people here. So today's going to be a little bit different than normal. I don't have one specific skill that I'm going to start from beginning to end. I have a few loose ends, a couple skills that need to be wrapped up and finished. Let me turn down the heat. It's already warm in here. And then we need to. I'm just going to push through until I'm tired. To be quite honest, or my voice gives out. I want to get Linux Plus done. I want to just get everything finished and all set up. So I want to get that course released. So today is going to be a hodgepodge of training that I'm recording, but nonetheless, I'm glad you're here. Hey, Lewis. Hey, yes. Good to see you. Lewis, I realize that I don't even know, like my Skype password. I don't know if Skype is even connected anymore. We will have to connect one of these days soon, I promise. But I hope today goes well. I really want to get Linux Plus out the door. So, anywho, I got nothing new. So I got a cool thing. You want to see a cool thing? I'll probably talk about it a lot today because I love it. This is a Christmas gift I got. It's an Ember mug. It's self-heating, self-contained, battery-powered. It keeps my coffee at exactly 140 degrees Fahrenheit, and it lasts for about an hour and a half off the charging base. I love it. It seems gimmicky, but it is so awesome. It's not just like a mug warmer that keeps like a heated plate. It keeps it at exactly the right temperature, and that's shockingly awesome. So anyway, I'm gonna drink a little coffee before I start, but yeah, back into the swing of things. Well, I guess I should look for. Oh, is the chat message thing working? It does not look like it, because that just went blank. Good morning, Jason. I don't know why I have a blank spot on my. Let's see, chat messages. Try that. What I'm trying to figure out is the chat scrolling thing down here. It was scrolling through, so like my script is working. But what I don't know is well, I don't know why there's a blank spot. There shouldn't be a blank spot. It just reads. It's just a bash script. It reads the lines and displays them. Let's see if it started over. Okay. Still blank. I don't know. That's something I'll have to work on. Let's see if the big one works. Oh, and this looks like it's messed up too because, well, doggone it. Oh, maybe. No. There with the light. Yeah, it's not. It's not new stuff. All right. Well, we get to troubleshoot, I guess, because it'll bother me if it's not working. Let me control the streamer computer. Ba-dum bum bum bum. All right. We use VI because I know VI works. I'll just do it with VI. It's just going to have to be fine. All right. For all my stuff, my short link at CBT changed, so I got to change that. Instead of cbt.gg, now it's learn.gg. Oh, okay. All right. I'll call that done. All right. All right. Let's see how that does. Okay, so that's the blank line. The next round, hopefully it will not have the blank. Okay, that's what I changed. All my stuff URL. All right, good. I think it's going to work. I think we're in good shape. All right, there we go. Guten Morgen, mein Freund? Freund? It's been a while since I've spoken German. Also, your spelling is atrocious, but I will forgive you. Mein Freundin. Mein Freundin? Ich weiß das nicht. Okay. So that's working. That's working. I'm not yet working. Everybody have a good holiday? Good. Anything cool for Christmas? I know just a few of us here, but anybody get anything awesome for a Christmas gift? Or if you don't celebrate Christmas, probably a holiday of gift giving some in there somewhere. Like I was saying earlier, this is my Ember mug. Self-heating, self-contained, battery-powered. Network topology is missing in video. What? I'm not sure what video you mean. The network topology for my office? Seriously, you got a payphone, Jason? Like like just a machine or like you hooked it up? I need details, man. Oh, I did get a. All right, I'll show you. So I. Okay, hold on. So you may or may not know I'm a huge Fred Rogers fan. So this is a Fred Rogers mug, Mr. Rogers, that I got a couple of years ago. Unfortunately, it somebody put it in the dishwasher. I think that's what happened to it, and it got funky. Like the outside is oddly sticky, and so I got a brand new one of these. So now I have a second Mr. Rogers mug, but my wife bought me a plant to put inside this one. So even though I can't drink out of it, it now is the home for a little pink plant whose light I will now turn on. There we go. Yeah, that mug too. Yeah. So don't put it in the dishwasher. He puts on his sweater when you put a hot beverage in it. Um, so anyway, hooked up to Asterisk. That is awesome. Okay, so if you're hooking up a traditional phone to Asterisk, what do what's your um, I don't even remember the terminology. It's been so long since I messed with VoIP stuff, but um, the letters that mean the traditional phone jack to voice over IP. What device do you use? Like a Grandstream device, or do you have like fancy Cisco hardware? I'm curious. What do you use? Oh, there's a delay, and it affects me now, so it annoys me. Wait, why is that red? Did somebody make it red? FXS port. All right. That's yeah. See, I knew there were letters. It's been so long, and I didn't actually ever use a big asterisk system at home. But I mean, I used the VoIP to standard. Gosh, I can't even think of the terminology that I want. But the analog phone. You have a Grandstream. Yeah. Okay. Is that what you used for the FXS port? Some Grandstream device? So I love the idea of Grandstream. Their hardware is supposedly really awesome and very affordable and rock solid and compatible. I bought one of those devices, um, and it never worked. I could never get it to properly configure with anything. It was super annoying. So anyway, my Twitter DMs. I will check them. ATA, yes, thank you, ATA. So yeah, I never got it to work, and then oh my goodness, I've had so many and then I just went cheap and I bought one of the devices that just goes directly to Google Voice after Google Voice was free and like easy to sign up. So then I had I think one device. It was some Netgear device probably. It had two ports, so I could do two phone lines with two separate Google Voice accounts, which was really cool. And I had one for our home phone that connected to all the the wireless phones, but old school wireless phones. And then I connected it to a fax machine, and it actually worked. It was a I used a Google Voice phone phone line through one of those adapters in my yeah, Obi. I think that was the brand. It might have been before Obi. It was a white box. Anyway, I don't know, but the um, the fax machine worked fine. A lot of people had an issue using a fax machine through Google Voice, but I didn't have any problem. I mean, maybe it like went slow, 9600 baud or something, but the fax machine worked great. So, hmm a Digium card with PCIe. Oh, with 8 connections. Man, that's starting to feel like a T1 line. Oh man, all the terminology has left me. It's been so long since I did any phone stuff. Um, not fractional. So when I first started working at oh gosh, one of my first tech jobs was at a local university, and we were doing internet service, like the college did ISP stuff for the local community, dial-up service, and they had is it fractionalized? No, that just means a part of it. But a T1 line came in, and it was a T1 that went into a thing and then broke up into like a bunch of different um, actual dial-up numbers, and we had like a bank of numbers and like this big modem that everybody dialed into a particular PRI. That must be it. What, do you know what that stands for? PRI. Anyway, but that's what we had is a T1 line that came in and broke up into a whole bunch of analog phone lines, and I had to maintain all the modems and run tech support and teach people how to use Trumpet WinSock to connect and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, see, I think okay. So the reason that I think that went into my head is we had that was another job. Two jobs are kind of blending in my head. At the college, we just had a T1 that was a traditional phone. T1 came in and broke up into a bunch of different phone lines for the modem bank. At the job at the K-12 school that I worked in Indian River, we had a fractional T1, meaning just a part of a T1. The T1, the full T1 actually came into our building and it was used for all internet service. And then it split off, and the other half of the T1 went to Sheboygan, another town up here, and we shared the T1. So the 1.544 megabits, which was just, I mean, just screaming fast at the time, we shared it, and we each got 768K. Um, but it wasn't. We just share the 1.544. There wasn't really a limiter to how much speed. Um, so we were supposed to get a fractional T1, but we actually both just shared a T1. I don't remember how it worked, but anyway. Trumpet Windsock. Yeah, man, that was something. Did I ever administer a Nortel phone system? I have not. I had the only phone system that I've ever like actual phone system, not just something in my house that I administered was a an Audix system. I don't remember the company. Audix is owned by somebody, I'm sure. Anyway, um, Audix. It was this old PC. I don't even know what operating system it was running. Maybe Unix of some sort. But it was old and crusty, dusty. It literally lived in a closet next to the middle school kitchen, and it was covered in this greasy layer of dust and hair. It was so gross. But we didn't touch it because it had long since been out of any sort of warranty. And in fact, they might still be using it. I'm not kidding. The school might actually still be using that old Audix system. So anyway. Nostalgia. Yeah, I tried. So I tried to get the school to go to all voice over IP because we put in new switches at the time, gigabit to every port, which was just unheard of. I mean, uh, we upgraded from 10 megabit hubs to gigabit switching all over the district. I cannot believe I got that approved because that is, I mean, from a community standpoint, that is like the least sexy thing you can do, right? At schools, it needs to be something that the community sees as beneficial and try to convince the community that a back end network upgrade is beneficial when it's going to cost thousands and thousands of dollars. So anyway, um, I upgraded everybody to gigabit Ethernet at every port, but I couldn't sell them on a new phone system. I mean, it would have been cool because the phones have we're piggybacks, right? You plug in the phone into the gigabit port in the wall, and then you plug your computer into the phone. But yeah, nobody went for it. Oh yeah, man, that was the most disgusting little room. Gosh, yeah. Now I do have nostalgia. I do miss that job. I'm glad I'm not doing it now, but I do miss the job administering everything. The TC school district is slowly. I believe that. I'm surprised that. No, I'm not surprised. I mean, schools just they'll get new desktop computers because the community sees that, but the servers are generally way outdated and yeah. Ooh, 260. Yeah. So ISDN. I worked at one place that had an ISDN line. Um, it was. I think it was just a. Gosh, it might have been. dual ISDN lines trunked together as well. I didn't set it up. Um, I don't know. It was before my car accident, so I don't remember. I'm just trying to remember what people told me about it. Andy, was I the Lone Ranger at the school district? I absolutely was. It was me, um, and that was it. Oh, all the Chromebooks. Oh, are you talking about the school district? It was before Chromebooks. It was thin clients, baby. Oh yeah, there was some anger about that. I basically had no budget, and we went with Linux thin clients, which was they worked, but they weren't ideal. A long story that is going to take more time than I should take today. So, bum ba bum bum bum. Let's see if I go to. So being the Lone Ranger can stink, but um, also it was fun in some ways too. Let's see. Na, 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 na. I'm looking for. Oh yeah. Wow. This was one of my very. In fact, this was okay. Here's an interesting thing. Yeah, my articles about thin clients. That was the very first issue I was ever published in Linux Journal. It was August of 2007, and I actually had two articles in there. One of them was my stand-up arcade system that I built, and that was the one. It made the cover image. It was really cool, and that's the one that it's literally the issue is hanging on my wall back there next to Mr. Rogers. But the other thing, I actually had a second article published in there, and it was just called "Thin Clients Rock." And here, let's. The Linux Journal site is a little messed up, so you actually have to scroll down to see it. But Thin Clients Rock, that was also the thing, yeah. Um, we went with thin clients because we just didn't have the budget for it. So, anyway. And then. Wow. Today's just a nostalgia day for me because there's Moo Cow, the way that. Oh, man. Everything changed in LTSP Linux terminals. LTSP Linux Terminal Server Protocol? Program? I don't even know what LTSP stands for anymore. Anyway, it was an awesome, exciting time. Uh, oh, you started about that time too. Yeah. So here's some interesting. I think it's in here. Let me. I don't know why I didn't go back to this thing. So our chat's on the side. Um, August 2005. That's before me, man. That's 2 years before I was even part of Linux Journal. Exactly 2 years. But um, so August 2007, the one with the picture of my arcade machine on the front that my first ever issue that I got published. That was before I was on staff. That was just a writer there, the Cool Projects issue. Um, that was also the issue that had the huge scandal because there's a company that put in a full page ad and it was highly inappropriate. It was a picture of a woman's face and it said, "Our servers won't go down on you either." And it was just horribly inappropriate and this big outrage and scandal. But it was also the issue that I happened to have been published in first. So I don't know. It's interesting. Project, Linux terminal server project. Thank you, Andy. I couldn't think of it. I was such a big part of it back then. So back then it was there was a school district in um, Oregon in the Portland area who they were really, really big on LTSP, and I did a lot of stuff with them, trying to to get things implemented in our place. And let's see what else. Gosh, it's been so long. I can't even remember. Also, Moodle. I mean, everybody knows what Moodle is now, but back in the time, there was just Martin, the developer. He lived in Australia, and I worked with him because we were trying to get Moodle to work in an elementary environment. Because one of my teachers, who was the most on board and most excited about using thin clients, wanted to do some classroom management stuff. And so some of the things that Moodle actually had implemented at the beginning there were because we needed it to work in an elementary environment. So I worked with the developer, Martin, I can't remember his last name, and we got it to work really well. So anyway. Yeah, so Jason, if you look for the issue, you'll see it. It's right at the beginning. It's like the first couple pages of the issue, and QSol is the name of the company. And yeah, it was a huge. It was more scandalous than when there was like a picture of a naked dude on the front, some Python issue. That was before my time. All right, I'm looking for where Lewis is mentioned. 293. If binary only 802.11g drivers are the rat dookie in your raisin bread, this is Lewis here. Get a card based on the R2 2400 or RT 2500, RT 2400 or RT 2500 chipset and be happy. Instead of giving other vendors grief over take our word for it and it's a raisin drivers, we're going to celebrate a company that gets it right. Raylink worked with Mark Wallace, Evo Van Dorn, Lewis. I don't know how to say her name, man. Cor. It's funny. I've. This is one of the things that being a person who records video and audio or like goes on the radio, I never know how to pronounce things. Um, anyway, our friend Lewis, Robin, Cornelius, and others to get supported drivers out of GPL. Sure enough, you are mentioned, and it's an article written by Don Marty. Who Don Marty was gone before I started, but I really like Don Marty. He's cool. Mm. Okay, you apparently don't realize just how arrogantly American I am. I don't know what the things above the vowels mean. Korea? Does it sound like Korea, like the country? That would be my guess. And I don't know if I'm putting the emphasis on the wrong syllable. All right. My coffee's almost done. As soon as this coffee's done, I am going to get to work. It's almost 9:30. But it's been so long. I feel like we got to catch up. If binary only 802.11g drivers are the rat dookie in your raisin bread. It opens up on the E. Uh, Korea? I, you know what? You may have to record yourself saying your name and send it to me. I'll put the responsibility. Boom. Korea with two R's. Uh, Korea. Korea. Korea? I'm gonna go with that. And if I'm horribly offensive, I apologize. Now, look at Jason. Jason's name appears to be more complicated, but Wurtenberger, easy. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. So I have a friend online. I don't know if he's. I don't think he comes to the live stream. Maybe he does, but he's on Twitter a lot. His name is Nick Danger, and that's just an awesome name, right? Nick Danger. I think he's written in Linux Journal. We've been friends online for a long time. I found out his name isn't really Nick Danger, and my heart was broken. I just want to say with my mug here, it's still perfectly exactly the right temperature. So my name, Powers, it's actually my name. I mean, it's not like one of those non-diploms. Non-diplume? Non-diplume. Anyway, it's my actual name. And my daughter is getting married next month, and she's giving up the name Powers. And I'm so sad for her. I mean, I don't have a lot of cool things in my life, but I'm pretty stoked about my last name. It's pretty cool. But yeah, Jason, exactly. He's a cool guy, but now I'm like, I mean, what if his last name is like Egbert Humperdinck or something? I don't even know. Uh, Nick Danger. It's just such a cool name. Oh, I totally understood, Lewis. In fact, I didn't even notice that the grammar was incorrect. That could be because um, I live with two Koreans. One R. We have two Korean exchange students, and sometimes, um, especially when they're in a hurry, the grammar isn't perfect. But I mean, you know what people are trying to say, right? So, will his name change? So no, and now the last name, taking the name of the guy, that's it's pretty standard, and that's what she's gonna do. But they did talk about it because they weren't sure what they wanted to do. Like uh, Powers is a pretty cool last name, but I think that's a little bit too new age. Like they weren't going to take her last name, and then hyphenated was a possibility, but then I think that can be awkward. I don't know. She's just going to go with his last name and give up Powers. Another plug for the Ember 2 mug. So there's just a little bit left in the bottom, and if you've ever had a mug warmer, you know that when that happens, it like turns into lava and cooks and turns gross. But the last sip is going to be exactly 140 degrees Fahrenheit. Perfect. And now this little charging coaster, it'll charge all day. Can we see the little? Oh, here. Guess I should get ready for the workday here. You can see little Smiley McGee over there. All right. That's tradition, but now if I change that, I just change it on quality from. Yeah, I am. I'm just so there's more to it as well. Not only is my daughter changing her name from my last name, I'm the last of the Powers. Like there's my family line stops with me, and I had three daughters. So I mean, unless one of them decides to keep their last name or hyphenate or something, the Powers line ends with me. I'm the caboose on the Powers train. So Andy, that's true. If it did cook on the bottom and simmer a bit, then it would be more like an espresso grade, disgusting bit on the bottom, and you can chew it a little bit sometimes. But all right, I guess. I guess I'm gonna get down to business. The first thing I need to do is we're redoing one of the nuggets that we created a while back because it was confusing. Some people were having a real hard time understanding what I was getting at, and it was because I got overexcited. I was talking about stateless versus stateful firewalls, and I tried to go too far and explain it too much. So we had three daughters and a boy. Oh, see, Okay, I know I'm supposed to be working, but we had three daughters, and then my wife and I both had surgery to make sure that we don't have any more children. So it's done. uh, yeah. All right. I am gonna work. So anyway, yeah, we're doing this redoing this nugget because I talked about stateful and stateless firewalls. I tried to explain using an example program, SSLF, I think it is, or SSLH, which will like sniff for a protocol and then make a stateful connection, and well, it was just too much. So I'm just going to explain briefly stateful versus stateless firewalls using an example, and I'm gonna replace the video that we have. So that's the plan. Oh, excuse me. All right, let's see. Get OBS going. All right, don't need this on the camera. Okay, you guys might have to be here with me while I clean my office a bit because in this camera I can see the birthday gift I got my daughter over there. She's not watching. Do you want to know what I got her? So, do you know the Earth Sea series by Ursula Le Guin? There's this huge hardcover that has all six books plus some short stories, and she's never read it, but it's one of the books that she'll love. She's my reader, so anyway, that's what I got. Don't tell. Shh. Okay, flamethrower on the wall is acceptable. Like no dirty underwear anywhere. Alright, we're gonna call that good. Andy, how old are the twin boys? Newborn twin boys? If you're still there. Curious. I'll type it. I could type it. Alright. Focus. Oh, 4 years old. That, yeah. Alright, now I'm getting personal. How old are you? Because, I don't know that I could do twin 4-year-olds. I'm gonna have grandkids probably before long, so that'll be interesting. I'd like to think I don't seem old enough for grandkids. Mm. So are they with you now? I'm curious now. My sister and brother-in-law just completed adoption. I think actually, I think their son is 4 years old too. He was with them for quite a while. 37. You're a little younger than me, um, but it was a long process. It was actually in the country, so so you have international issues as well. That's fascinating. My daughter, who is getting married next month, is marrying a young man who was adopted from Russia, actually, when he was, I think, 5 years old, and then to the U.S. here. So anyway, 37, gonna have 4-year-olds. Yeah, yeah. I that's awesome, but also, whew. My wife and I had kids when we were really young. Uh, I was 20 when which isn't that young, I guess, but we had our three daughters pretty close when we were. My wife was 20, I was 21, um, and I think she was 19 when she was pregnant. Um, and then we had all three kids within like 18 months. No, that's not possible. A year and 18 months. Anyway, yeah. Oh, they're in Sierra Leone. Whoever can actually adopt them and then bring them home. It's complicated. Wow, that's fascinating. And you're Andy. Correct me if I'm wrong. You're in Europe, correct? I'm not sure. I don't remember what country, but you're in Europe, correct? Oh, Cincinnati. Huh. Why did I think you were in Europe? The opposite of Europe. Yeah, I mean, Cincinnati is not terribly European. I mean, that might be more Midwest than me here in Michigan. But why did I think you were in Europe? I don't know. But your accent in my brain just changed totally. Sierra Leone. That's amazing. Um, Man, I hope that goes. I mean, assuming that you come back to this, or are we connected on Twitter or something? You have. I really want to know when, like, how it goes. Please keep me informed, because that's awesome of you, and exciting too. All right, I think I'm going to get ready to record. Firewalls generally fall into one of two types. There's either a stateful firewall or stateless. And the difference we're going to go over, but you would choose one over the other, not because one is better or worse. They just function a little bit differently. For example, stateless firewalls might be a little bit faster. So if you're a giant ISP routing all sorts of traffic, sometimes they'll use a stateless firewall just for speed. But stateful firewalls give you a little bit more that you can do with the actual traffic. You can understand the traffic a little bit better, keep track of what's going on. They can be a little more complicated to administer, but they both basically do the same thing, right? They stand in between your computers and the internet, and they allow traffic to go back and forth. So the difference is with a stateless, we're going to start first of all with stateless. With a stateless firewall, a packet will come in and the firewall will look at that packet and say, okay, the source is going to be this computer, the destination is going to be this spot over here, and it's going to route it through if it's allowed to based on rules like can, this computer access this computer out in the internet? If so, it's going to let it go and it's not going to care what happens after that. It goes packet by packet and it says, is this allowed? Does this follow my rules? Is this allowed? And if so, it lets it go and doesn't care what happens to it after it leaves the firewall. It just doesn't care. It's allowed it through, and that's all that it knows about that packet. It goes to the next packet. Now, with a stateful firewall, there are still rules at play. This computer wants to get to this computer on the internet, so it goes to the firewall, and the firewall says, yes, you can do that, and so then it allows it through and it goes to that computer. But here's the deal. The firewall keeps track of the active connection. The firewall says, okay, I'm going to make a state here, or just keep track of the entire conversation that's happening, and think of it more like a flow of data that's going back and forth, and the firewall keeps track of that flow. while it's happening. So, an entire conversation, if you will, from this internet server to this internal client is going to be kept track of by the Fire, and that's called a state. It keeps track of the state of the connection between the two. Again, there still are rules that it has to, allow or disallow based on all sorts of things. But the main difference is that it keeps track of the entire conversation. And I like to think of this in an example that's a little bit more human, a little less network packety. So let's say we are going from our apartment building here to a 5-star hotel over here in another country. Well, there are two different ways we can get there. First of all, we're going to buy a bus ticket, get on this bus, and then the bus is going to take us to the hotel. Now, if you buy a bus ticket, you go to the counter and you buy a bus ticket, they give you a bus ticket, and then as long as you're allowed on the bus, there's nobody that's keeping track of your entire itinerary except for maybe you, right? Nobody cares where you started from, what your initial point of departure was. You have a bus ticket, you get on the bus. If there's another bus along the way, you have to buy another bus ticket, you get on that bus, and eventually you get there. Now, if you've ever flown in an airplane, though, you know that all sorts of things are tracked. You have, your initial plane ticket, you get on your first plane, and then there's another plane, but you have to make sure that you have the connection information properly stored so that you have a layover time in the airport, and if they have to go through customs, everything is kept track of along the way. Your entire trip is kept track of. And if you've ever tried to switch tickets with somebody, that doesn't work because again, they know from beginning to end what your trip looks like. And this is kind of like a stateful connection. Whereas with a bus or a car or something like that, you just buy a ticket, get on, and then you're on your own. There's nobody keeping track of your entire itinerary. So as you can imagine, a stateful firewall does have more features and more abilities to keep track of the traffic and make rules about conversations rather than just one packet at a time. But stateless firewalls tend to be pretty quick because they just take a packet. If it's allowed, they let it through on its way. So you would choose one depending on what sort of control you need over the network traffic, but one isn't better than the other. They're just different. I hope this has been informative for you, and I'd like to thank you for viewing. We'll call that good, and I'm going to have to edit that out, whatever that noise was. Oh, another notification that report cards are due tomorrow. I need to mute this computer. Adoption page on Facebook. I'll link you in. Oh, awesome. Thanks, Andy. I appreciate that. And Vikram, hello. Linux guru. My videos are awesome. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I put the goo in guru. That's probably offensive. I'm sorry. All right. So I think that's going to cover this video. I think I'm happy with that. Somebody did that. Whoever did that, I saw that. Hello, hello, hello. I realize I'm waving at the chat window and not the camera, so I apologize for that. But let's edit this. Boy, it's been a while since I've edited a video. I got to get back in the swing of things. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. 2020. Oh, it's easy for me to find my recording files because now they all start with 2020. because this is 2020. Let's see. Nice short nugget. That'll work. I get to listen to myself talk.
Firewalls generally fall into one of two types. There's either a stateful firewall or stateless. And the difference we're going to go over, but you would choose one over the other, not because one is better or worse. They just function a little bit differently. For example, stateless firewalls might be a little bit faster. So if you're a giant ISP routing all sorts of traffic, sometimes they'll use a stateless firewall just for speed. But stateful firewalls give you a little bit more that you can do with the actual traffic. You can understand the traffic a little bit better, keep track of what's going on. They can be a little more complicated to administer, but they both basically do this. A little more complicated to administer, but they both basically do the same thing, right? They stand in between your computers and the internet, and they allow traffic to go back and forth. So the difference is with a stateless, we're going to start first of all with stateless. First of all with stateless. With a stateless firewall, a packet with a stateless firewall, a packet will come in and the firewall will look at that packet and say, okay, the source is going to be this computer, the destination is going to be this spot over here, and it's going to route it through if it's allowed to based on rules like can, this computer access this computer out on the internet. If so, it's going to let it go, and it's not going to care what happens after that. It goes packet by packet, and it says, is this allowed? Does this follow my rules? Is this allowed? And if so, it lets it go and doesn't care what happens to it after it leaves the firewall. It just doesn't care. It's allowed it through, and that's all that it knows about that packet. It goes to the next packet. Now, with a stateful firewall, there are still rules at play. This computer wants to get to this computer on the internet, so it goes to the firewall, and the firewall says, yes, you can do that, and so then it allows it through, and it goes to that computer. But here's the deal. The firewall keeps track of the active connection. The firewall says, okay, I'm going to make a state here, or just keep track of the entire conversation that's happening, and think of it more like a flow of data that's going back and forth, and the firewall keeps track of that flow while it's happening. So an entire conversation, if you will, from this internet server to this internal client is going to be kept track of by the fire, and that's called a state. It keeps track of the state of the connection between the two. Fire, and that's by the fire, and that's
by the fire, not the firewall. Man, I don't know what's wrong with me.
Of by the fire, and that's by the fire, and that's track of by the fire, and that's called a state. And that's and that's and that's and that's and that's to be kept track of, and that's called a state. By the fire, and that's called a state. It keeps a client is going to be kept track of by the fire, and that's called track of called a state to this internal client is going to be kept track of called a state. It keeps track of the of by the fire, and that's called a and that's 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 kept track of, and that's called a state. It keeps
And it's
going to be kept track of, and that's called a state. It keeps
well, that'll work. Audio.
and that's called of, and that's called a state. It keeps track of the state of the connection between the two of the connection of the of the state of the of the state of the of the of the
Meh.
track of, and that's called a state. It keeps track of the state of the connection between the two. Again, there still are rules that it has to, allow or disallow based on all sorts of things. But the main difference is that it keeps that it has to, allow or disallow based on all sorts of things. But the main difference is that it keeps track of the again, there still are rules that it has to, allow or disallow based on all sorts of things. But the main difference is that it keeps track of the entire conversation. And I like to think of this in an example that's a little bit more human, a little less network packed. This in an example. And I like to think of this in an example that's a little bit more human, a little less network packety. So let's say we are going from our apartment building here to a five-star hotel over here in another country. Well, there are two different ways we can get there. First of all, we're going to buy a bus ticket, get on this bus, and then the bus is going to take us to the hotel. Now, if you buy a bus ticket, you go to the counter and you buy a bus ticket, they give you a bus ticket, and then as long as you're allowed on the bus, there's nobody that's keeping track of your entire itinerary except for maybe you, right? Nobody cares where you started from, what your initial point of departure was. You have a bus ticket, you get on the bus. If there's another bus along the way, you have to buy another bus ticket, you get on that bus, and eventually you get there. Now, if you've ever flown in an airplane, though, you know that all sorts of things are tracked. You have, your initial plane ticket. You get on your first plane, and then there's another plane, but you have to make sure that you have the connection information properly stored so that you have a layover time in the airport. And if they have to go through customs, everything is kept track of along the way. Your entire trip is kept track of. And if you ever tried to switch tickets with somebody, that doesn't work because again, they know from beginning to end what your trip looks like. And this is kind of like a stateful connection. Whereas with a bus or a car or something like that, you just buy a ticket, get on, and then you're on your own. There's nobody keeping track of your entire itinerary.
That works.
So as you can imagine, a stateful firewall does have more features and more abilities to keep track of the traffic and make rules about conversations rather than just one packet at a time. But stateless firewalls tend to be pretty quick because they just take a packet. If it's allowed, they let it through on its way. On its way. So you would choose one depending on what sort of control you need over the network traffic, but one isn't better than the other. They're just different. I hope this has been informative for you, and I'd like to thank you for viewing.
Boom goes the dynamite. Alright. Save the project. Export the video. Call this Surface V2. Bum ba bum ba bum bum bum. All right, I want to make a pot of coffee. I don't know if my coffee cam is running, so let's peek in the kitchen. Hold on, I'll be right back. It looks like it's working. So I don't know if the audio is working, but I'm going to go out there and at the very least I'll wave at you while I make a pot of coffee. Alright, howdy howdy. This is my wife. I'm going to make an actual pot of coffee. Oh. This Bun Pourmatic was a gift, and it is such an awesome coffee machine because it makes coffee so fast. It's awesome. Oh, I don't know if anybody's watching, but do you see I got this, this is the most awesome little French press I got for Christmas. It was a gift from a young lady who lives at my farmhouse. And yeah, isn't that awesome? So cool. I'm not using it right now, but it absolutely will be starring in Watercooler Wednesday for time to come. In honor of Network Chuck, I'm going to use McDonald's coffee. Ryan, I don't know if you're watching, but finally breaking into the honey from your bees. I'll let that make, and I'll be back in a couple minutes. All right. I think it's actually pretty cool because I'm going to be able to switch to the kitchen coffee cam and see if it's done, and then I'll go out. Instead of a French, would it be an R2D2B a Naboo press? Oh, dude, I like that. Uh, Naboo press coffee. Yeah, yeah, I'm going to go with that. French press. More proof you're totally not European. All right, we'll do work while we're waiting for the coffee to finish. Bum ba bum ba bum ba bum 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 bum. I need to log in so I can upload the video I changed. Okay, stateful and stateless. Upload a video. Turn over the record, turn over the record, turn over the record. Oh, I should also change the test question or the quiz question because it will not be valid now. Maybe. Uh-oh. Oh no. Oh, there. A stateless firewall examines the entire network flow, including the type of traffic in a data flow. True or false? Change that. Let's see. No, 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 no. Stop. All right. That's done. Next up, we are... Oh, let's check on the coffee. Let's look. Watch, there's probably going to be like a cat on the counter. I'm going to go get some coffee. All right, I'm going to check to see if UPS came too. I'll be back in my office in a sec. Feel free to talk with R2D2. Andy Loca. Okay. Andy Carlson. This is where my brain messed up. Andy Loca, totally from Europe. I got over Andied. Hello, Andy Loca. It's good to see you. And you are from Europe, correct? Because if not, I just messed everything up. I've already confused Cincinnati with Europe, so it's been quite a day. Oh, you want to see the... Here. All right, so that's my Ember mug. It has a cool app. So currently, my coffee that I just poured is at 162 degrees Fahrenheit, and it will not heat it until it gets down to the 140, which is what it's set to at the bottom there. Uh, There. And once it hits 140, it will stay at 140. If I keep it on the coaster over there, the charging coaster, it'll keep there indefinitely. But if I walk around the house with it or whatever, or set it off to the side, it will stay that way for about an hour and a half. And then it can see the battery. 86%, which it doesn't heat and charge at the same time if it's on the coaster, but it'll maintain its charge if it's sitting on the coaster. So, anyway, I'll put this over here. Okay, so next up, let's close this. I'm looking for. So, a friend of mine, um, he's fairly famous. I'm not. He retweeted one of my cat photos and blew up my Twitter feed over the holiday. That was interesting. Hmm. So the college now says that my daughter's fitness monitor for a college class wasn't turned in, and that's a $60 fee if we don't have it. All right. Oh, let's see. What's the question? How many hours do I practice for taking a recording? Here's the honest truth. I try really hard not to practice the actual recording itself because I try to make the training that I do for CBT Nuggets as genuine as possible. So if you're a subscriber and you go and watch my videos, it really should feel like we're sitting next to each other and I'm explaining it. I try I mean, I generally know the content really well, and so even on Wednesdays, you'll see like I'll play around just so I understand what I'm doing, but I never practice the actual recording because I want it to be genuine. So you'll get a lot of ums, and if there's too many, I'll edit them out afterward. Pardon me. But you'll get a lot of my hesitations and all that stuff in the final product because that's what it's like when somebody's teaching you something. They hem and haw a little bit. Sometimes if something goes wrong while I'm demonstrating, I'll leave it in. And as long as it's not horribly distracting and too long, I'll leave it in because that's what it's like when you're learning something. Things go wrong. So I would rather show the real process for learning than to show some sanitized, over practiced version of training because that's not how I train. And I wouldn't want to learn that way to be quite honest. So anyway, that's my spiel. That said, now I'm going to use the restroom real quick. Sorry about that. I know you probably thought I fell in, but I got distracted doing other things around the house. All right, I have to admit, Network Chuck might be right. This coffee is not great. I made a really great Americano first thing, and it was delicious, made with fresh ground Italian beans. Uh, and then I just made this McDonald's brewed stuff. Not great. Blah. But I'm going to drink it. Okay. Oh, Andy, you're back. So I realized if you look in the chat, here, um, over there. So Andy Loca stopped by. Andy Loca is from Europe. I got my Andys confused in my head. So my apologies to both of you. Let's see, my wife. All right, next up we have. I want to make sure this is encoded properly. Yeah, all right, so that's good. Bum, bum. I need to send a message to this guy right here. Don't know the next step to make it. All right. Reported. Now the next one. Skill 12. I've never. I'm just. Gonna get rid of this. Alright. SE Linux can handle layer security Linux system. Fix problem related SE Linux privileges. Whew. SE Linux. I'm not a fan of SE Linux. I know it's awesome and powerful. Yeah, it's true. Although I don't need any help getting messed up. I tend to be kind of a messed up person anyway. Like, for example, I forget to switch back. Oh, if anybody's here, do you see this thing? I got this in Mexico. It's actually pretty cool. It's shaped like a surfboard, but it's one of those things where they do the entire painting with just cans of spray paint. It's just fascinating to me. Like they spray paint and then use like a finger or a corner of a piece of cardboard and like it's just amazing. And I couldn't get over how awesome it is. Like they would do it right in front of you, and it's just a piece of wood with a spray can. It looks like planets and streaking things, and it's just awesome. Got that in Mexico, and it was even affordable. I don't even remember the price, but it was far less than I thought. And this is the part that's frustrating. It's the only thing that got damaged in our luggage on the way home. So it's starting to crack right here. But as long as I don't touch it a whole lot, the paint hasn't cracked. It's just the wood behind it, and I don't want to like try and bend it back because I think it'll just snap. So it just has a little warp to it, and just leaving well enough alone. All right. Oh goodness, SE Linux. Got to brush up on my SE Linux a bit here.
Hello, everybody. My name is Thomas Cameron.
I know
Underscore
Thomas
T, no
Cameron.
HTTP log type.
Huh, that's so funny.
You restart the web service, fire up the browser, and she has created content in her home directory, accessing a part of the file system that it doesn't normally know about. So, being the good system, labeling and type enforcement. Let me talk to you about what that means. Um, Files, processes, ports, memory addresses are all SE Linux to be successful. Now, what I want to do is, as an example, I want to show you a fairly complex service. Now, to be clear, I'm talking about Apache Web Server not because it's inherently insecure and it's in memory, the HTTPD process is in memory. I can do a PS dash capital Z against it. And again, there's a type associated with that process running in memory, HTTPD underscore T. And if you look at the ports to which the web server can bind, right? Because when a web server comes up, it uses what are the standard ports for web servers? Everyone knows this. 80 and 443, right? But there are some real common configurations beyond 80 and 443. Well, if I use, and I'm sorry, it's kind of an eye chart for the folks in the back of the room. Again, these slides will be available afterwards. I used the netstat command, and I used the capital Z argument, dash capital Z argument, and I grepped out HTTPD, and you can see that the port to which it's bound has the HTTPD type label as well. In fact, if I use the SE manage command, which we'll talk more about in a little while, if I use the SE manage command and tell it to show me information about ports, so SE manage port dash L to list, and then I piped I grepped out HTTP. If I look at the HTTP port type, 80, 443, 488, 8008, 8009, and 8443, because those are commonly used ports that Apache can be configured with, and other packages that we include with the distribution are sometimes configured to bind to those ports. So basically, it's just setting rules. These are ports that are available for the web server service. Now, if I look at the Etsy shadow file, notice the type there is shadow underscore T. Dash capitals off of Booleans, which we'll talk more about, could mean that you're being broken into, in which case, for Windows admin, if you want regenerated. In other words, it is deleted. The old directory is new. What I can do now is I can use the chcon or change context command against this. And here's the long format. chcon-u system underscore u dash r object under, because when you need to go set up a new to deal with this stuff with SE Linux before file system is a file system check would normally take. You can also run the command called fix files relabel, and it'll look at the Fedora project SE Linux documentation, join the Fedora SE Linux mailing list. It's a very low traffic mailing list with some really good information. Go read Dan Walsh's blog. Dan Walsh has forgotten.
All right. Well, gosh, I forgot. SE Linux is powerful and awesome, but also can be a pain. All right, we'll see if I can figure this out. I think I know why we stopped with this skill, because SC Linux is a brain stretcher. What is the actual description? Let's see. Come on, lab. Alright. Get sent to us. Alright. Okay, so SE Linux is enabled. It's enforcing. Let's see, manage port dash L. Group HTT. Alright. So 8081. Alright, is Apache installed? Okay. Oh, yes. Okay. Etc. HTTPD. Server root. document root. Gotcha. Okay. Oh. Alright, let's see if it's working. Come on, Firefox, start up. All right, got it. All right, so what we're going to do is have almost 2 hours left still. So I'm going to demonstrate how you use SE Linux to make some changes to what is allowed. And it should go pretty well. So I need to talk about what SE Linux is. Unless I already have it. I have lost my pen. Oh, here we go. Got a couple minutes. I make the slide, and then I'll take a break before I record it. What else is going on? I don't think anything is happening today. No. All right, good. Nothing. Alrighty. Linux. Privileges. Oh, I need a picture. Okay, I don't know what that was. Hmm. Oh, my lab got disconnected. Well, that stinks. Seems to be back. Hello, Yasim11. I don't know how to say that, but hello. All right. Oh, hold on. All right, I'm going to start recording, but I have to pee first. So now you all know far too much. So it's going to go on the pee-pee screen. All right, let's get this video recorded. All right, sorry about that. I'm back. If you're on CentOS or Red Hat, you're probably if you deal with Red Hat or CentOS, you're probably familiar with SE Linux or Security Enhanced Linux. And unfortunately, Unfortunately, one of the things that SE Linux is known for is giving system administrators a real tough time. And I have to admit, in the past, I've been a person who has just disabled SE Linux because it's been frustrating. But there is a better way, because SE Linux is a really awesome and powerful security tool that you should not just disable, right? So I'm going to go through and show you how to do some troubleshooting so you can maybe use SE Linux in a way that's going to be beneficial and not just annoying. So SE Linux is basically just a way for the Linux system to make sure that there aren't any programs that are doing things they shouldn't be doing. And how that works is there's a list of contexts or labels that specify when a program can or can't use a particular port on a system or a particular file on a system. And this is a very complicated and very robust system. We're just going to touch the surface of it to show you some of the things you might encounter on the command line. So basically, there's a long list of things that a particular application is allowed to access. And some of those things, like I said, are ports. Some of those things are files. And these contexts are put onto the ports and the files using labels. So here's what our scenario is going to be. Normally, a web server runs on port 80 or port 443 if it's going to be something that is SSL. But we're going to say port 80 for a standard HTTP port. What if we wanted to serve something from a port that is not standard? Well, obviously Apache can do that, but SE Linux, our supervisor over here, is not going to allow Apache to serve from a port that it shouldn't normally have access to, and it's just going to fail. So let's actually do that. Let's set up Apache to run on a non-standard port and see what happens, and then see how to fix it. Now here I'm on a CentOS machine and I have Apache installed. So if we open up a web browser and we just go to http://localhost, it's going to show us that, sure enough, Apache test server is installed. It's on port 80. I didn't specify port 80 because that's a default, but if we look at port 80, sure enough, there it is. That's what it's running on. But if we want to run this on a non-standard port, in fact, let's look. I'm in the current working directory of, okay, the HTTPD, or the Apache configuration folder. Let's edit sudo vi httpd, and I want to look for where it says listen. Okay, right here it's going to be listening on port 80, which is one of the ports, obviously, that it's allowed to using SE Linux. So let's instead say listen on port 8888. Okay, now this is not a privileged port. This is not a port below 1024. So ideally, it should be able to do this. We should just be able to allow it to listen on port 8888 and then serve out the web page on that port. So we would just say sudo systemctl restart httpd, and it should just work, except it didn't. Sudo systemctl status httpd, and let's see. We had some issues here. If we stretch out this window, let's do that again so we can see it stretched out. It looks like what happened is it failed because it didn't have permission to make a socket on port 8888, which makes sense if SE Linux doesn't allow that. Now we can see what SE Linux allows if we type sudo se manage port-l, and then it's going to give a whole list. So I just want to grep for HTTP. Oop, grep for, not grep for HTTP. And it's going to show us with this label, HTTP cache port or HTTP port, TCP ports, and here are all the ports that Apache is allowed to listen on. But notice Port 8888 is not there. Now we could have switched it to port 8008 or 8009 and it would have worked just fine, but notice 8888 is not on here. Now we could disable SE Linux and it would work, but that's not the best way to go about it. What we could do instead is add port 8888 to the SE Linux context that will be allowed to use it here. So what we would do is sudo SE manage, but this time port -A for add. The type is going to be that HTTP port, so HTTP port type. Protocol is going to be TCP, and then the actual port is 8888. Press enter. This will take it a minute, and it's going to add it so that Apache is allowed to use port 8888. Now, if we do that list again where we grep for HTTP, we should see a change. And sure enough, now HTTP port is allowed on port 8888. So if we were to say sudo systemctl restart HTTPD, there's no errors, which means if we come over here and now we do HTTP ://localhost port 8888. Oh, look at that. We got the testing 123 page on port 8888, even though SE Linux by default would not normally allow that. What we've done is we've allowed it to also listen on port 8888 using SE Linux. We didn't have to disable it. We were able to leave it enabled, leave it enforcing, and still allow us to use Apache on that port. Now, I really want to be clear. SE Linux, Security Enhanced Linux, this could be almost an entire course on its own. How to manage all the contexts and labels and files and ports and all the different things that it manages. However, for privileges based on like ports and files, it's not too bad to just make some modifications. And it's much better to make those modifications and handle the changes rather than just disabling SE Linux, which is what a lot of us old crusty sysadmins did for a lot of years. So SE Linux is a powerful, powerful tool to help keep your system safe, and some common issues like not being able to listen on a port can be solved. I hope this has been informative for you, and I'd like to thank you for viewing. All right. It's long, but we should be able to edit it down pretty good. I have no idea why I keep getting disconnected from the lab. Okie smoky dokie.
you're on CentOS or Red Hat, you're probably if you deal with Red Hat or CentOS, you're probably familiar with SE Linux or if you deal with Red Hat or CentOS, you're probably familiar with SE Linux or Security Enhanced Linux. And unfortunately, 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 one of the unfortunately, unfortunately, with SE Linux or Security Enhanced Linux. And unfortunately, one of the things that SE Linux is known for is giving system administrators a real tough time. And I have to admit, in the past, I've been a person who has just disabled SE Linux because it's been frustrating. But there is a better way because SE Linux is a really awesome and powerful security tool that you should not just disable, right? So I'm going to go through and show you how to do some troubleshooting so you can maybe use SE Linux in a way that's going to be beneficial and not just annoying. Not just annoying. So SE Linux is basically just a way for the Linux system to make sure that there aren't any programs that are doing things they shouldn't be doing. And how that works is there's a list of contexts or labels that specify that specify when a program can or can't use a particular port on a system or a particular file on a system. And this is a very complicated and very robust system. We're just going to touch the surface of it to show you some of the things you might encounter on the command line. So basically, there's a long list of things that a particular application is allowed to access. And some of those things, like I said, are ports. Some of those things are files. And these contexts are put onto the ports and the files using labels. So here's what our scenario is going to be. Normally, a web server runs on port 80 or port 443 if it's going to be something that is SSL. But we're going to say port 80 for a standard HTTP port. What if we wanted to serve something from a port that is not standard? Well, obviously Apache can do that, but SE Linux, our supervisor over here, is not going to allow Apache to serve from a port that it shouldn't normally have access to, and it's just going to fail. So let's actually do that. Let's set up Apache to run on a non-standard port and see what happens, and then see how to fix it. Now here I'm on a and then see how to fix it. Now here I'm on a CentOS machine and I have Apache installed. So if we open up a web browser and we just go to http://localhost, it's going to show us that sure enough, Apache test server is installed. It's on port 80. I didn't specify port 80 because that's a default, but if we look at port 80, sure enough, there it is. That's what it's running on. But if we want to run this on a non-standard port, in fact, let's look. I'm in the current working directory of, okay, the HTTPD or the Apache configuration folder. Let's edit sudo vi httpd, and I want to look for where it says listen. It says listen. Okay, right here it's going to be listening on port 80, which is one of the ports, obviously, that it's allowed to using SE Linux. So let's instead say listen on port 8888. Okay, now this is not a privileged port. This is not a port below 1024. So ideally, it should be able to do this. We should just be able to allow it to listen on port 8888 and then serve out the web page on that port. So we would just say sudo systemctl restart httpd, and it should just work, except it didn't. Sudo sudo systemctl status httpd, and let's see, we had some issues here. If we stretch out this window, let's do that again so we can see it stretched out. It looks like what happened is it failed because it worked, except it didn't. Sudo systemctl status httpd, and let's see, we had some issues here. If we stretch out this window, let's do that again so we can see it stretched out. It looks like what happened is it failed because it didn't have permission to make a socket on port 8888, which makes sense if SE Linux doesn't allow that. Now we can see what SE Linux allows. If we type sudo se manage port dash se manage port dash L, and then it's going to give a whole list. So I just want to grep for HTTP. Oop, grep for, not grep for HTTP. And it's going to show us with this label HTTP cache TCP cache port or HTTP port, TCP ports, and here are all the ports that Apache is allowed to listen on. But notice port 8888 is not there. Now we could have switched it to port 8008 or 8009 and it would have worked just fine, but notice 8888 is not on here. Now we could disable SE Linux and it would work, but that's not the best way to go about it. What we could do instead is add port 8888 to the SE Linux context that will be allowed to use it here. So what we would do is sudo 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 se manage, but this time port dash A for add, dash A for add. The type is going to be that HTTP port, so HTTP port, so HTTP port type TCP port, so HTTP port type protocol is going to be TCP, and then the actual port is 8888. Press enter. This will take it a minute, and it's going to add it so that Apache is allowed to use port 8888. Now, if we do that list again, where we grep for HTTP 888, now, if we do that list again, where we grep for HTTP, we should see a change. And sure enough, now HTTP port is allowed on port 8888. So, if we were to say sudo systemctl restart HTTPD, there's no errors, which means if we come over here And now we do HTTP colon slash slash localhost port 8888. Oh, look at that. We got the testing 123 page on port 8888, even though SE Linux by default would not normally allow that. What we've done is we've allowed it to also listen on port 8888 using SE Linux. We didn't have to disable it. We were able to leave it enabled, leave it enforcing, and still allow us to use Apache on that port.
How cool are we?
Now, I really want to be clear. SE Linux, Security Enhanced Linux, this could be almost an entire course on its own. How to manage all the contexts and labels and files and ports and all the different things that it manages. Ports and all the different things that it manages. However, for privileges based on like ports and files, it's not too bad to just make some modifications. And it's much better to make those modifications and handle the changes rather than just disabling SE Linux, which is what a lot of us old crusty sysadmins did for a lot of years. So SE Linux is a powerful, powerful tool to help keep your system safe, and some common issues like not being able to listen on a port can be solved. I hope this has been informative for you, and I'd like to thank you for viewing.
No, no, no. Thank you for viewing. No, 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 no. Bum ba bum 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 ba bum 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 ba bum bum bum. Bum ba bum ba bum ba bum 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 bum. I'm gonna check my email now while that thing is editing. And that's complete. Bling. Alright, go to Studio. Oh, Studio. I just yeah. Uh, so I have never been a fan of SE Linux, but it turns out it is super powerful and super awesome, and we should always use it. Blah 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 blah. But it can be frustrating. And actually, a friend of mine, Thomas Cameron, worked for. I don't think he works for Red Hat anymore. Maybe he still does. But he did like the de facto presentation on SE Linux. It's actually a really great presentation he gave at some Red Hat conference, and watching it makes me hate it less. But I did. I used to just disable SE Linux on all of my CentOS systems because I hated it so much. But anyway, but that's not how we roll when we're preparing for the Linux Plus exam. So anyway, all right, that's up. Let me make a quiz question. On system using SE Linux. To allow Apache to listen on a non-standard port by if the environment variables on a system aren't properly configured or inherited, a user might not be able to interact with the system properly. In this Nougat, we learn about the user's shell environment. All right, cool. So we're going to sabotage. Let's see. I know I should learn about, like I said, crusty old. Yeah, I know. And AppArmor is about the same if you're a Debian slash Ubuntu person. AppArmor is, I mean, same thing, different method, but I don't know. I like AppArmor a little bit better. It's a little less confusing for some reason for my brain, but nonetheless, it is what it is. All right, understanding environment and shell issues. So, should we make this into a lab? Can maybe do that. All right. Oh, it's almost lunchtime. Come on, lab, start up. Oh, awesome. Thank you. All right, I'm gonna go make myself some lunch. So I will be back. It's gonna say bathroom break, but I'm not really gonna be going to the bathroom. I'm gonna be making lunch, and I don't want to mix those up. Ew. Okie dokie. I am here. I'm going to eat some lunch. So if anybody wants to chat, just go right ahead and type what you will, and I will respond. Maybe with my mouth full. So if you're curious what is for lunch, it is Santa Fe Smart One microwave lunch with some added rice that I made last night. Make it a little more filling without a whole lot more calories. Because I put on some weight over the holidays. Need some hot sauce. I'm not sure if it'll go this far, but I'm just grabbing some hot sauce. Alrighty. I like Frank's, but I'm just going with some regular Tabasco this time because Frank's is cold in the fridge and I don't want to make my rice cold. Too many adult beverage? Yes. So Matt Beecher, he's one of our CBT team, is here at lunchtime. And yeah, I had too many of the all-inclusive cocktails in Mexico, followed up by 2 holidays worth of treats. My daughter, my youngest daughter, who is an incredible baker, doesn't like to eat the stuff she bakes, but she bakes delicious things and then leaves them in the house. So, whew. I should figure out a way to get multiple people on the live stream. Like bring somebody in so at lunchtime have a little chat. That'd be fun. Matt, I can't tell because it's a really tiny icon. Is that you actually wearing a fairly dapper hat, or is that just an icon of somebody wearing a dapper hat? The thing is, it looks like a hat that you would wear. So, ugh, yeah, the sweet. I'm not even so I don't even really like sweets all that much, but something about fresh baked sweets that aren't too sweet. So like my daughter made strawberry shortcake for dessert once when we had people over, and I don't really like strawberries all that much, so I didn't have any. But for the base, rather than a shortbread, she made this just plain yellow cake, and I just love plain cake without frosting. And it just sat on the counter, so I kept breaking off pieces, and I probably ate half a cake on my own. So yeah, for lunchtime streaming, I could bring like have other trainers come on talk about what they're training on? That'd be fun. I could insist that the person who's joining me is also eating, so we're both rude, talking with our mouths full. My nose is running. That's how I know I put enough Tabasco on. You can tell you're dieting or changing your lifestyle when you finish your meal and you seriously consider licking the bowl. I'll be back. I'm going to go put this in the sink. All right, beverages taste better out of Novelty Collector's Return of the Jedi glasses from 1983. I'm just saying. Whew. All right, not currently recording, so I'm turning the space heater on. It is cold outside, and the wind is just vicious. Let's see what the temperature actually is. All right, it's only 19, which isn't that bad, but the wind is so strong. Yeah, it feels like 6 degrees, which is pretty cold feeling. And that wind just cuts right through you. So yeah, it's cold, and my office has no actual heat in it. My office has 2 ways to be heated. I have a little space heater under my desk, which I'm actually warming my hands on right now. And then there are 2 old Bitcoin miners in the corner connected to a thermostat that keep it from freezing. So we have Novelty Collector Smurf glasses. Not quite as cool as Star Wars, but definitely Smurfy. Okay, so Matt Beecher, um, you know, I have an issue with collecting glasses from the 80s. I have the Smurf glasses. I have multiple sets of the Smurf glasses, and there are Smurf glasses from 1982, and then Hardee's came out the following year with another set of Smurf glasses in 1983. So the ones from 82, there's 8 glasses in the set. The ones from 83, there are 6 glasses, and they're the party collection. So, yeah, just saying. I do not have multiple sets of the party edition. I only I mean, I have probably a couple extra of those, and the original 6 that are up on my shelf. But, I'll go take a picture. I'll show you. Okay, so you just get this. Uh, so over, let's see which is which. Yeah, over here, these are the initial 8 from 1982 that Hardee's put out. And then over here are the party ones. Uh, and they have like, it's kind of hard to see, but they have like different party things going on. So, yeah, anyway. I don't know which I like best. They're the same kind of glasses. I really like that style of glass as well. So, yeah, anyway. If I want to talk about glasses, I could talk all day. I have a shameful number of collector's glasses. I have so many that I can't display them all. I have several totes full packed. Oh, Matt. So you maybe don't come to the live stream very often. I am very easily distracted, and people often come to talk about things not tech related, but nerd related. So I have this. It's okay. A little bit of TMI information now. So I have a weird thing going on with my tongue where I can't taste things properly. It's been going on for several months, which is very, very frustrating. If it ever goes away, which the doctors are not convinced it will ever go away, I have so much Kool-Aid that I want to try and stream on my YouTube channel, Drink Stuff with Sean, that I'm very excited about that. But I just need to be able to taste things properly. I mean, this is just Coke. It's fine, but it tastes weird because of my weird tongue. Yeah. The labs are still timing out weird. Oh, I broke it. All right, I broke my lab. And yeah, this is still a lunch break. I mean, it's 15 minutes in. I can just do nothing for a few more minutes. At least warm up. My goodness, it got cold fast. Yes, Matt, I deserve a break. But I was working. I was in the trainer chat thing talking about labs on demand being a little flaky today. So now I get another 15-minute break. So here's what I'm trying to figure out. The best way to go about learning to manipulate and look at environment variables. I mean, the environment variable that we usually mess with when we're teaching is the path variable. But if I break it too bad, then the person can't even log in, which is what I did. I locked myself out. So can. Oh, you guys probably can't see him. Little squirrel friend here. Maybe you can. Oh yeah, you can see him. Blocks some of the sunlight. He's obviously afraid of nothing. I guess you really can't see him. Yep. Alright. He's trying to get birdseed because that's what squirrels do. Alright, now I am going to get back to work. Because that's how I roll. Oh, let's see. I missed something. Sean, does it play with light URL changes your light? Oh, yes. Sorry, Sanjay, I missed you. Yes, it must be working. I actually haven't tested it in a while, but let's see. Yeah, I can change lights. So yeah, it does, and it does actually a lot of other stuff too. I haven't modified the page a whole lot yet, but I'll try to do it because it's the same system that actually controls the lights behind me, even though the page that is exposed to the public doesn't allow for changes over there. The same system will do the change. Right now, it's obviously just going through a uh, changes slowly, scrolls through the different colors. But anyway, yeah, that's kind of cool. So yeah, and I really do got to figure out how I'm going to do this lab. Uh, and so Sanjay, if you're still there, if you look at how the actual URL works, um, I think you might be able to do a couple other things if you look at like the URL that it creates because it's all based on get variables with PHP. I think I actually don't really remember. Oh yeah, yeah, you can change the command. Yeah. So as a hint, if you go and you click the disco button and look at the URL in your browser window, you can probably figure out some other things that you might be able to do, like disco 1. What about disco 2? Things like that. Yeah, it's just not good coffee. Wow, the coffee's so bad it gave me goosebumps. All right, I gotta give Network Chuck some props here. Man, these squirrels are the bravest little guys. I mean, I got my hand here. He doesn't care. Of course, I don't blame him. It's cold out. Okay. Oh, let's see. Oh, why didn't that work? Okay, got it figured out. Oh, also, while I do this, I'm going to create a lab snapshot. Okay, so number is 10. It's going to be environment lab. Horticulture. After finishing Linux Plus. So I'm not sure what I'm going to do after finishing Linux Plus. There are a few smaller things I want to do. Like I want to cover. I want to do some Proxmox stuff. I want to maybe do just some uh, entry level virtualization stuff like ESXi versus Proxmox versus maybe Zen. I don't know, but I'm thinking about doing something there. I had some other things on the docket as well. Yeah, I can't really remember. But we'll see. It's going to be fun though. So as soon as Linux Plus is done, it's going to be some fun. Let's see. You have missed. Let's see, Lewis. You've missed not a whole lot. Did a nugget on SE Linux, and right now I'm working on a lab slash nugget on environment variables. Uh, and that'll finish up this current skill, I believe. Yep, that's the last one in this skill. And then the next skill we're looking at, I don't even remember. It's something. And then again, trying to push through to get Linux Plus done. It won't be done today, but QEMU with KVM via Bash scripts. Yeah, so yeah, I don't know. So Andy Carlson, have you actually used Proxmox? I've for years wanted to try it. I'm just shocked how much I love it. I absolutely love Proxmox. It's so great. And I was a little turned off because I'm such a Docker fan. I just love the containerization with Docker. And Proxmox uses containers, but it's LCX, LXC, I think, containers. And so it's different. It's a whole different concept, a whole different technology. Um, but I found that I love their containers. So I have a bunch of servers on in my network that are running all sorts of things like DNS, DHCP. I have a web server. Oh, Caddy. That's another thing. Oh my goodness. Talk about an awesome web server. Caddy, CADDY, is so stinking cool. Anyway, so I'm hosting all this stuff and using the containers. They're super light. They're super fast. They don't use up hardly any space. I'm in love with Proxmox. In fact, I want to buy some more servers so I can build a cluster. Right now, I just have one server, but it's Christmas time. It's just after Christmas time, so finances are rough, and my daughter's getting married next month. That hurts. So anyway, Proxmox is awesome. Should I say Proxmox a couple more times? Proxmox, Proxmox, Proxmox. All right. Perfect. Okay, so that's good. Let's make up the. Okay, Gufran Khan. So, would you like add details of the network diagram? Like the network diagram for, I guess it depends on for what course you're talking about. Um, you can use the actual labs on demand, our environment. Everybody has access to them. So that's there. I'm not sure. I mean, the network diagram is pretty simple. There's just, in Linux Plus, there's just like two computers, two clients, and then a gateway machine. Um, yeah, I'm not sure how to, if that's what you're talking about or what. Lewis, a dicer swarm? I don't know. Is that supposed to be Docker swarm? I'm assuming that meant to be Docker swarm, unless dicer is a new technology that I don't know. Oh, here, sorry, we're chatting with Portainer, but Docker, right? Oh, I forgot how bad that was. Docker swarm. A Docker SARM. I'm guessing your keyboard does not like you. Yeah, I've never done a Docker swarm, but I love Docker. I use Docker for so much. But then honestly, the LXC containers that Proxmox uses it's nice. It's like having an entire install, but not actually all the guts involved, which is I don't know, it's cool. And Caddy, man, I just love Caddy. I can't believe I haven't used Caddy before. It's like the most super efficient um, web server ever, and it supports PHP. It's just super cool. Whoever is messing with the light, well done. All right, let's get this done. OpenVZ. So OpenVZ might use LXC technology. Um, I'm not sure. I'm guessing that OpenVZ might use LXC. Yeah. All right. I'm gonna do this really quick. Talk more about it. Maybe I'll try to show it off. I have this really cool. Sanjay, so my Austria Raspberry Pi, it's not working again, and I sent all the new stuff, and I have not heard back from them. Let me check, cause that yeah. Um, yeah, it's just not working. I got shipment confirmation. I'm glad you said that, cause I'm taking a break. I I'm going to write them back. I got nothing in the no, I nothing in the mail. Yeah, so Portainer, I actually did talk I did do a Portainer article because I was looking for a GUI for Portainer on Linux Journal before they went under. Um, I like Docker on the command line. I do have in Proxmox I have a full VM that runs Docker because I still use Docker for a lot of things. But some things I find are just nicer to have a system. So sometimes the network stuff, especially if you're trying to do a service, sometimes it can be really funky. Like DHCP was funky trying to get that to work inside of a Docker container, and in a LXC container it was super simple. It just works. All right. I just followed up with the Raspberry Pi folks in Austria because I sent a brand new USB drive, brand new SD card, both enterprise grade so that they will last for years. I even sent a couple local Petoskey stones, which are a fossil that they're only here in the whole world. They only exist in my little town or in my little area of northern Michigan. I thought that was a cool thing, and I sent some beer money too as a thank you, and I haven't heard back. I just think that's frustrating. Um, I got confirmation that the package was delivered on December 6th. And it's been a long time, so I don't know. Hopefully I'll hear back from them. Otherwise, it is what it is. All right, we are doing environment variables. Where's my pen? No. And that would be my lab disconnecting again. All right. Oh. I need a photo or a diagram. An illustration, if you will. Environment. disconnected from the lab again. Alright, I need to see if my wife is home. Oh, stuff was delivered. Alright, I'll be right back. Hmm. All right, finally got it back. Let's see if we can actually get through a full recording. Now, on a on a Linux system, the environment variables are those information bits that are stored in memory that affect the shell that you're logged into. Now, a lot of times if the environment variables are set up incorrectly, you can have some serious issues trying to use the computer. Now, there's kind of an order of operations that happens when you log into a system. What file locations and what order things are applied to your logging in user. And so let's actually look at the order so we can get a better understanding of exactly what happens. So first of all, we start with our user Bob here, and Bob wants to log in and open up a command prompt. Well, there are a ton of files on the system that will affect his environment variables. The first thing is the environment file itself in the etc folder. So etc environment is a file that contains environment variable information. So that is applied when he first logs in, and then the system-wide etc profile configuration file is applied to his user as it's logged in. Then the system-wide etc bash.bashrc file is applied to his system as he's logging in. And then once all of these system-wide things are applied, he has files in his individual home folder called .profile and .bashrc. These are applied in this order, so first profile, then bashrc, and then finally, after all those are applied, he has his login environment that sets things like his path variable, display variable. If he's using a GUI system, this environment variable will tell it where the computer display is, where it should be sending its graphics. And then PS1 is not a PlayStation, but PS1 talks about what the command prompt looks like. And so these are just an example of all the environment variables that are set along this path as a user logs in. Now the order is important because if you were to put something, let's say in this profile file, the .profile configuration file in your home directory, and then something in the .bashrc file sets something that you tried to set in here, this is going to override it because it happens later in the login process. So let's actually go to a computer in our lab because something mischievous has taken place. Now I'm logged into my Ubuntu box, and if I open up a terminal window, you're going to see something horrifying. You'll see my prompt here has been changed. Rather than telling me my username and the current directory that I'm in, it just lies to anybody who's here to see it. It says Sean is dumb. Now, it's still a working command prompt. I can still type ls and everything is in here. But unfortunately, my environment variable PS1 has been set to this slanderous string of text. So what I want to show you is how to type env, and env will show you all the currently set command line environment variables. So these are all of the command line. So these are all the environment variables that are set on our system. And there's, like I said, there are a bunch of them. I mentioned a couple on our slide. A couple of those we can actually look at. Like here is our path variable set to all of this, and that's so it knows where to look for running programs. Log name is Bob, so it actually, that's the environment variable that shows our log name. We can actually look at those too. We could say echo $ log name, and it's going to show us Bob. That is the contents of that environment variable. Same thing we could do echo path. Okay, now remember all those files I showed you. For example, if we look at etc environment, we're going to see this is where the path variable is set. So everybody gets applied. So everybody gets applied this variable as they log in. We can look at the etc profile, same sort of thing. All of this is run. Then we can look at the etc bash.bashrc, same thing. This stuff is run. And then inside our folder, we have those files that I mentioned too, the .profile and the .bashrc. Now the first one that's executed is this .profile, and this actually only runs when you log in initially to the system. So as we log in and get this entire GUI environment, that's when .profile is executed. However, the bashrc is run every time we open up a new terminal window. And that's where we would look to see where customization might have been put into place. Because remember, if we put it here and then there's something here that overwrites it, this is where it's going to stick, right? Because this is the last thing that's run. So let's look at that, because I have a feeling something in there might be setting my PS1 command. If we scroll all the way down, you can see this is where the color prompt is set, where it like says our home directory and then the username. So PS1 is set here, but if we scroll all the way down to the bottom, at the very bottom of the file, somebody reset the PS1 environment variable to Sean is dumb, because they're just so cruel. So if we delete that and save the file, it's still going to say Sean is dumb because that PS1 variable has not been reset. But if we were to open up a new terminal window, now we're going to have our proper PS1 variable set, and it's going to be Bob at Ubuntu. It's no longer going to say Sean is dumb. Now we could set this right here. We could say PS1 equals Sean is smart, and then all of a sudden it would change. But if we want it to stick, we need to make that change in the .bashrc file or delete that scandalous text that was put there so it defaults back to what it should be by default. Now, environment variables are something that are required on a system for it to work. A lot of things depend on the environment variables being set, like the path variable to be set when you log in. But you can have shell issues that aren't show-stopping, but are either insulting or make your program or your system work not quite as well. So I encourage you to go in. This is actually a lab. You should be able to click on the lab profile and start up the exact same lab that we were just working on. Fix that bashrc file so it doesn't say that Sean is dumb anymore. But then I encourage you to play with some of the other files. See if you could make a system-wide bashrc change so that everybody's file is, or everybody's prompt is changed to something. See if you can make system-wide settings stick. See if making changes here will make changes for everybody on the system. And if not, see why that is. Are there automatically these files in a user's profile that are going to override these? If you delete these, will these be the ones that set it? I want you to play with it so that you get a feel for how environment variables are managed on a system and how they affect the logged in user. I hope this has been informative for you, and I'd like to thank you for viewing. It's a little long.
On a Linux system, the environment variables are those information bits that are stored in memory that affect the shell that you're logged into. Now, a lot of times if the environment variables are set up incorrectly, you can have some serious issues trying to use the computer. Now, there's kind of an order of operations that happens when you log into a system. What file locations and what order things are, what when you log into a system, what file locations and what order things are applied to your file locations and what order log into a system, what file locations and what order things are applied to your logging in user. And so let's actually look at the order. Look at the order so we can get at the order so we can get a better understanding of exactly what happens. So first of all, we start with our user Bob here, and Bob wants to log in and open up a command prompt. Well, there are a ton of files on the system that will affect his environment variables. The first thing is the environment file itself, and the environment file itself in the etc folder. So etc environment is a file that contains environment variable information. So that is applied when he first logs in, and then the system-wide etc profile configuration file is applied to the system-wide etc profile configuration file is applied to his user as it's logged in. Then the system-wide etc bash.bash rc file is applied to his system as he's logging in. And then once all of these system-wide things are applied, he has files in his individual home folder called .profile and .bash rc. These are applied in this order, so first profile, then bash rc, and then finally, after all those are applied, he has his login environment that sets things like his path variable, display variable. If he's using a GUI system, this environment variable will tell it what using a GUI system, this environment variable will tell it where the computer display is, where it should be sending its graphics. And then PS1 is not a PlayStation, but PS1 talks about what the command prompt looks like. And so these are just an example of all the environment variables that are set along this path as a user logs in. Now the order is important because if you were to put something, let's say in this profile file, the .profile configuration file, in your home directory, and then something in the .bash rc file sets something that you tried to set in here, this is going to override it because it happens later in the login process. So let's actually go to a computer in our lab because something mischievous has taken place. Now I'm logged into has taken place. Now I'm logged into my Ubuntu box, and if I open up a terminal window, you're going to see something horrifying. You'll see my prompt here has been changed. Rather than telling me my username and the current directory that I'm in, it just lies to anybody who's here to see it. It says Sean is dumb. Now, it's still a working command prompt. I can still type ls and everything is in here. But unfortunately, my environment variable ps1 has been set to this slanderous string of text. So what I want to show you is how to type env, and env will show you all the currently set command line environment variables. So these are all of the command line, so these are all the environment variables that will show you all the currently set command line environment variables. So these are all of the command line, so these are all the environment variables that are slanderous string of text. So what I want to show you is how to type env, and env will show you all the currently set command line environment variables. So these are all of the command line, so these are all the env. What I want to show you is how to type env. So these are all the environment variables. And env will show you all the currently set command line environment variables. So these are all of the command line, so these are all the and env will show you all the currently set command line environment variables. So these are all set all the currently set environment variables. So these are all of the command line. So these are all the environment variables that set environment currently set environment variables. ENV, and ENV will show you all the currently set environment variables. So these are all the environment variables that are set on our system. And there's, like I said, there are a bunch of them. Our system, and there's system, and there's system, and there's like 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 a currently set environment variable. And there's, like I said, there are a bunch of variables. So these are all variables. So these are all the environment variables that are set on our system. And there's, like I said, there are a bunch of them. I mentioned a couple on our slide. A couple of those we can actually look at. Like here is our path variable set to all of this, and that's so it knows where to look for running programs. Log name is Bob, so that's the environment variable that shows our log name. We can actually look at those too. We could say echo $ log name, and it's going to show us Bob. That is the and it's going to show us Bob. That is the con that is the contents of that environment variable. Same thing we could do echo path. Okay, now remember all those files I showed you. For example, now echo path. Now, remember all those files I showed you. For example, if we look at etc. environment, we're going to see this is where the path variable is set. So everybody gets applied. Oops. So everybody gets applied. Oops. So everybody gets applied this variable as they log in. We can look set. So everybody gets applied. Oops. So everybody set. So variable is set. So everybody gets applied this variable as they log in. We can look at the etc. profile, same sort of thing. All of this is run. Then we can look at the etc. bash.bashrc, same thing. This stuff is run, and then inside our folder, we have those files that I mentioned too, the .profile and the .bashrc. Now the first one that's executed is this .profile, and this actually only runs when you log in initially to the system. So as we log in and get this entire GUI environment, that's when .profile is executed. However, the bashrc is run every time we open up a new terminal window. And that's where we would look to see where customization might have been put into place. Because remember, if we put it here and then there's something here that overwrites it, this is where it's going to stick, right? Because this is the last thing that's run. So let's look at that, because I have a feeling something in there might be setting my PS1 command. If we scroll all the way down, you can see this is where the color prompt is set, where it like says our home directory and then the username. So PS1 is set here. But if we scroll all the way down to the bottom at the very bottom of the file, somebody reset the PS1 environment variable to Sean is dumb because they're just so cruel. So if we delete that and save the file, it's still going to say Sean is dumb because that PS1 variable has not been reset. But if we were to open up a new terminal window, now we're going to have our proper PS1 variable set, and it's going to be Bob at Ubuntu. It's no longer going to say Sean is dumb. Now we could set this right here. We could say PS1 equals Sean is smart, and then all of a sudden it would change. But if we want it to stick, we need to make that change in the .bashrc file or delete that scandalous text that was put there so it defaults back to what it should be by default. What it should be by default. Now, environment variables are something that are required on a system for it to work. A lot of things depend on the environment variables being set, like the path variable to be set when you log in. But you can have shell issues that aren't show stopping, but are either insulting or make your program or your system work not quite as well. So I encourage you to go in. This is actually a lab. You should be able to click on the lab profile and start up the exact same lab that we were just working on. Fix that bashrc file so it doesn't say that Sean is dumb anymore. But then I encourage you see if you can make system-wide settings stick. See if making changes here will make changes for everybody on the system. And if not, see why that is. Are there automatically these files in a user's profile that are going to override these? If you delete these, will these be the ones that set it? I want you to play with it so that you get a feel for how environment variables are managed on a system and how they affect the logged in user. I hope this has been informative for you, and I'd like to thank you for viewing.
Oh, I guess I could do, let's see, save details, quiz questions.
Now, when you're installing packages and there are dependencies, it's a little bit different than when you have shared libraries that you're using for compiling, because it's not just reusing code, it can actually reuse memory dependencies. And we see that when we use something like apt, because apt is going to install all of those things. GNOME commander, which is like a file commander for looking at the file system. A program, I'm going to say no here. Let's say we were, rather than installing a GNOME program, if we were to install something from KDE. So let's say sudo apt install Kate, which is a KDE text editor. If we were to do this, it would do it, but look at all of the additional things it's going to have to install in order to work. These are all of the dynamic things that it's going to include, and it's not already installed on our system because we don't have any other KDE programs installed. So all of these library files that it's going to reference are going to be installed in addition to that program. So that's why a lot of times if you want to have a very efficient system, you're not going to have KDE programs and GNOME programs and TCLTK programs all installed. You're going to stick with something consistent. Like if you're using GNOME, you're probably going to want to use GNOME programs because they're already using a lot of those shared libraries. Those dependencies are already in memory. So if we were to start up GNOME Commander, it would use far less additional memory than if we were to start up that Kate program, because it's going to have to load all of those shared libraries into memory as well, whereas GNOME Commander, a bunch of them are already in place. So having dependencies separate from the actual program is a really great way to be super efficient. Now, there are some problems because the dependencies are version specific. So one program might depend on a certain version and another program might require some other dependency version, and then we can end up with some conflicts. However, it's such an efficient way to utilize memory that really this is the way that most programs are designed, to use these library files, these dependencies that can program like, say, sudo apt install GNOME command, having to reinstall it or recompile it. For example, things that might already be loaded in memory. For example, a win, and there is a certain amount of code that is specific to Firefox. However, if you're using Firefox, there's a lot of things that every other program does that Firefox also does, like print services, file operations, network, GUI interfaces like the little X in the corner that we can, use to close the window, notification systems. All of these things are things that might already be loaded in memory. For example, a window manager is going to have a reuse memory on your system. So here's basically how it works. We have a program, and in our case, let's say Firefox. Okay, so Firefox is a browser. We're all familiar with it, and there is a certain amount of code that is specific to Firefox. However, if you're using Firefox, there's a lot of things that every other program does that Firefox also does, like print services, file operations, network, GUI interfaces like the little X in the corner that we can, use to close the window, notification systems. All of these things are things that might already be loaded in memory. For example, a window manager is going to have all those window decorations along the top so that whatever program is running, it can take advantage of that already being in memory. We don't have to create a Firefox program that has, its own window decoration so that we can close it by pressing X in the corner. We can depend on something already in memory. And that's really the beauty of something like a third-party dependencies. We can install dependencies that are going to work on a wide variety of programs and then have a program more efficiently use that. And it's even better than just not having to reinstall it or recompile it. For example, if print services are already in memory, Firefox doesn't even just have to reuse code. It can actually use something that's already in memory. So it's going to use a smaller portion of memory than if it had to include all that stuff in its program. Now that does mean that we have to have things installed on the system already. Those are the dependencies. And we see that when we use something like apt, because apt is going to install all of those things that can live in memory that Firefox doesn't have to worry about it on that same system that is going to expect that same dependency. I hope this has been informative for you. This program and this program can all use a single dependency if they are all built on that same system that is going to expect that same dependency. I hope this has been informative for you, and I'd like to thank you for viewing.
Okay. I just heard a big truck. I'm going to see if my tea made it. Dude, I came back from lunch to the Micro Machine Man. Oh, yeah. So we do have the ability to play videos back faster. That's always a good thing. I will be right back. I'm going to make myself some tea, assuming that FedEx delivered it. No such luck. All right, I have to make a phone call to my doctor, so I'm just going to try to mute this. If you're a lip reader, you might be able to figure stuff out, but hang on. Oh, I guess I should. Uh, all right, let's see. Feel free to chat. Well, it's the second day in a row I've had to leave a message, and they say, we'll get back with you by the end of the day. And they're all lies. Lies, I tell you. All right. FedEx did not come with my tea yet, so just gonna chew an ice cube. All right. Trying to figure out how exactly to go about teaching this section, because it's like a troubleshoot things that we've learned along the way. So it's not like, yeah, I don't know. Oops. We already looked at resource exhaustion. We've already scanned for bad blocks. Already looked at firewalls. We've already done permissions. Environment variables. Repositories. Yeah, and I've taken this exam. This is not something that's really gone over too much. I don't. All right. Solving issues with service account permissions. Many server daemons run as a service account rather than as an actual user. This is a security measure to make sure a program can only access those things it's supposed to access. In this nugget, we look at some potential issues with regards to file ownership and service accounts, namely when Apache doesn't own the web server files. All right. All right. See what we can figure out here. Alexa, what time is it in Austria?
In Austria, it's 8:06 p.m.
Yeah, I won't hear back until tomorrow. Okay. If I hear back tomorrow. Come on, finish booting. Alright, let's see here. Alright. So now we have utilizing standalone apps or snaps. Almost done for the day. That's our. Oh, Lewis. Yeah. So yeah, Docker versus VMs. I really prefer Docker and containers in general if I can. The only time I like VMs is if I want the entire system, and that's not often anymore. So I'm a huge Docker proponent. I've found that the LXC containers work nice in uh, in a situation where I might have previously used a full VM. The LXC containers are perfect because they're small, lightweight, but behave and function just like a full-blown VM. So I think they're not really competitors in my head, Docker and LXC. Um, they're both awesome for their own reasons. I'm trying to do now is install a snap versus a traditional package and see if I execute them both at the same time, if I can show that the snap is going to use more memory. We'll see. Actually, I don't know that it will. It would be the yeah, I don't know. It'll be interesting to see. Whew. All right. I'll be right back. Let's see. We still have some people here. Um, I'm having an issue. I may have to run to a college, but the timing is poor. So give me 1 minute. I'll be right back. I gotta get something that doesn't say I'm going to the bathroom because it kind of looks like I'm having bathroom problems. Well, now this is my only break window. So. All right, so my lovely wife is going to do the college thing for me because my wife is awesome, which means I get to try to record this. Where'd it go? There we go. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Alrighty. Alright, upgrade, upgrade, upgrade. Upgrading the system, because that's what you do. I am now talking about the issue I've been having with the lab, to one of the folks at CBT who deals with such things. Still updating. I need a picture that represents container. Insert picture. Utilizing standalone app image flatpak and snaps. Oh my. All right, let's check on the lab. Still works. Hmm. Installing applications in Linux is something that's really easy, but there's a new way of doing things, and that's called standalone apps. Now, traditionally, we'll use apt or yum to install things from repositories into the running system, but the new concept of having standalone apps or containerized apps is becoming really popular. Now, unfortunately, there's not a winner when it comes to standardization. There's several that are all being developed side by side and kind of competing. There's App Image, Flatpak, and Snaps. Oh my. And regardless of which one you like, they all do pretty much the same sort of thing. We're going to look at snaps because Ubuntu has really started using snaps for most of their crucial stuff. Every distribution of Linux, Ubuntu or Ubuntu Linux has more and more dependency on snaps as their way of installing applications. So let's look and see what actually happens because both methods, at least as of the time that Linux Plus from CompTIA is being developed, all both traditional app installation and the standalone app installations are acceptable and both work. So it's important to understand how both of them work, because there may be some day where all of our apps are done with App Image, Flatpak, or Snaps. Oh my. We've installed applications before, but I want to show you really quick. If we were to say sudo apt install VLC, which is a video player, it's going to look for dependencies and give us a whole list of dependencies. So all of these dependencies are going to be installed on our system if we were to install VLC. Well, I'm going to say no. I don't want to traditionally install VNC. Rather, I want to install the VNC snap, or VLC snap. So I'm going to say sudo snap install VLC. It'll download the actual snap file and install it. This is going to take a while, so I'm going to speed up the video. But as soon as this is done, we'll see what it actually has done. Just waiting for this to install so I can continue the video. All right, so as it finishes downloading this thing, it's going to have this entire snap downloaded, and then it's going to actually install it. Now, we're not going to see any dependencies that are actually installed, which may make you think, oh, there aren't dependencies. It's all included, and that's only sort of kind of true. So it's installed, and if we actually just type VLC on the command line, it's going to run just like any other app on the system. See, and there we can see VLC is running, and it looks just like any other app that would be installed on the system. In fact, if we were to have installed it with apt, you wouldn't have been able to tell the difference with how it looked when it started, because it would have started and looked exactly the same. The difference is, if we type which VLC, we're going to see that it's in snap bin. So this is where it actually lives, and if we were to go into the snap folder, we're going to see this is where all of the applications are installed. Now, if we look inside the bin folder, we're going to see these are actually just symbolic links. So the actual programs are in these folders here. So first of all, let's go into the VLC folder. You see it's right over here. So if we go into VLC, type ls, we're going to see Snap includes versioning. But let's go into the current one, which is just a symbolic link to 1397. And in here is where it's starting to look like an actual full file system. There's a user folder, a var folder, lib, bin, etc. So basically what happens is it creates its own tiny little operating system. If we look in lib, we're going to see all of those dependencies that apt was going to install are actually installed. It's just all in its own little world here inside the snap directory. So it references everything locally. Now that is a plus because we don't have to worry about versions conflicting between one program and another because they each install their own versions of the libraries they need. Now that does take up more space, but space isn't really as much of a premium as it used to be. So if every app has everything it needs installed in its own folder, maybe that means things function better and they don't conflict as much. I don't know. It's kind of a new way. It's the new kid on the block when it comes to app installation and maintenance. The idea is that an app developer doesn't have to worry about what operating system or what distribution of Linux is being installed into, because since they include all of their own dependencies, it doesn't matter if it's going on CentOS or Ubuntu or SUSE. It just has all of its stuff inclusive, puts it in its folder, and then the overlying, not underlined, the distribution that's running Snap actually just executes all the stuff that's already included. So you don't have to keep things maintained for multiple distributions. Since there's not a standard, there's Flatpak and Snap and App Image, since there's not one standard way of doing it, I'm not sure that it saves a lot of time yet, but the concept is sound. So whether you have a traditional application that links to external libraries that have to be installed in the lib folder, or you just have a really big Snap or App Image or Flatpak and all of the stuff is already inside its folder structure and it doesn't link to anything externally, both apps do the exact same thing and function in almost the exact same way. There's a lot of reasons that the standalone application idea might really be the future, but for right now you have to understand how both ways work, because any app could be installed either way, and the only way you're going to know is to like type which to see which kind of command it is. I'll be honest, for most things, I still use apt and yum, and that's because even though these standalone concepts are designed so that maintaining an application is easier, in practice, since there's not a single standard and people are still using apt and yum, sometimes these get more outdated even though they were designed to be able to stay more up to date. Anyway, it's important to understand both, and and know that the future will probably include one of these types of concepts or something else that takes the place of them and, takes over the world kind of thing. I hope this has been informative for you, and I'd like to thank you for viewing. Alrighty. That's App Snaps. I see a little silhouette of a man. Thunderbolts and lightning, very, very frightening me. Galileo, 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 Galileo. Beelzebub has a devil set aside for me. For me. Bum bum ba da 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 na na. Gotta get right, just gotta get right out of.
Installing applications in Linux is something that's really easy, but there's a new way of doing things, and that's called standalone apps. Now, traditionally, we'll use apt or yum to install things from repositories into the running system, but the new concept of having standalone apps or containerized apps is becoming really popular. Now, unfortunately, there's not a winner when it comes to standardization. There's several that are all being developed side by side and kind of competing. There's AppImage, Flatpak, and Snaps. Kind of competing. There's app side and kind of competing. There's AppImage, Flatpak, and Snaps. Oh my! And regardless of which one you like, they all do pretty much the same sort of thing. We're going to look at Snaps because Ubuntu has really started using Snaps for most of their crucial stuff. Every distribution of Linux, crucial stuff. Every distribution of Linux, Ubuntu or Ubuntu Linux has more and more dependency on Snaps as their way of installing it. Crucial stuff. Every distribution of Linux, Ubuntu or Ubuntu Linux has more and more dependency on Snaps as more and more Linux has more or Ubuntu Linux or Ubuntu Linux or Ubuntu Linux has Ubuntu Linux has more crucial stuff. Every Ubuntu Linux has more and more dependency on Ubuntu Linux. Ubuntu Linux has Ubuntu Linux has crucial stuff. Every distribution of Linux, Ubuntu or Ubuntu Linux has more and more. Every Ubuntu or Ubuntu Linux has Ubuntu Ubuntu. Every Ubuntu or stuff. Every Ubuntu or Ubuntu Linux has more and more Ubuntu Linux has more and more dependency on snap. Crucial stuff. Every Ubuntu or Ubuntu Linux has more and more dependency on snaps as their way of their crucial stuff. Every Ubuntu or Ubuntu Linux has more and more dependency on snaps as their way of installing applications. So let's look and see what actually happens, because both methods, at least as of the time that Linux Plus from CompTIA is being developed, all both traditional app is being developed, both traditional app installation and the standalone app installations are acceptable, and both app installations are and the standalone app installations are acceptable and both work. So it's important to understand how both of them work, because there may be some day where all of our apps are done with App Image, Flatpak, or Snaps. Oh my. Flatpak or Snaps. Oh my. With App Image, Flatpak, or Snaps. Oh my. We've installed applications before, but I want to show you really quick. If we were to say sudo apt install VLC, which is...
Dang it, this time I really do have to pee. I'll be back. bum 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 bum. 80 owls. Howdy. I don't know if you're still there, but yeah, this is fun for me too because it keeps me on track as much as on track as I can be, and I really enjoy the live stream. I enjoy the interaction too, so it's like win-win.
Like if we were to say sudo apt install VLC, which is a video player, it's going to look for dependencies and give us a whole list of dependencies. So all of these dependencies are going to be installed on our system if we were to install VLC. Well, I'm going to say no. I don't want to traditionally install VNC. Rather, I want to install the VNC snap or VLC snap. All the VNC snap or VLC install the VNC Rather, I want to install the VLC snap. To install the VLC snap. So I'm going to say sudo snap install VLC. It'll download the actual snap file and install it. This is going to take a while, so I'm going to speed up the video. But as soon as this is done, we'll see what it actually has done. It has done. All right, so see what it actually has done. All right, so as it finishes downloading this thing, it's going to have this entire snap downloaded, and then it's going to actually install it. Now, we're not going to see any dependencies that are actually installed, which may make you think, oh, there aren't dependencies. It's all included, and it's only sort of kind of true. So it's installed, kind of true. So it's installed, and if we actually just type VLC on the command line, it's going to run just like any other app on the system. See, and there we can see VLC, any other app on the system. See, and there we can see VLC. Any other app on the system. And there we can see VLC is running, and it looks just like any other app that would be installed on the system. In fact, if we were to have installed it with apt, you wouldn't have been able to tell the difference with how it looked when it started, because it would have started command line. It's going to run just like any other app on the system. See, and there we can see VLC is running, and it looks just like any other app that would be installed on the system. In fact, if we were to have installed it with apt, installed on the system. In fact, if that would be installed on the system. Any other app that would, just like any other app that would, see, and there we can see VLC is running, and it looks just like it's going to run just like any other app on the system. And it looks just like any other app that would be installed on the system. In fact, if we were to have installed it with apt, you wouldn't have been able to tell the difference with how it looked when it started, because it would have started and looked exactly the same. The difference is if we type which
Hmm.
on the command line, it's going to run just like any other app on the system.
It's going to run.
Any other app that would be just like VLC on the command line, it's going to run just like any other app that would be installed on the system. In fact, if we were to have installed it with apt line, it's going to run just like any other app. Run just like any other app that would be installed on the system. In fact, if we were to have installed it with apt, you wouldn't have been able to tell the difference with how it looked when it started, because it would have started and looked exactly the same. The difference is if we type which VLC is if we type which VLC, we're going to see that it's in snap bin. So this is where it actually lives. And if we were to go into the snap folder, we're going to see this is where all of the applications are installed. Now, if we look inside the bin folder, we're going to see these are actually just symbolic links. These are actually just symbolic links. So the actual programs are in these folders here. So first of all, let's go into the VLC folder. You see it's right over here. So if we go into VLC, type ls, we're going to see snap includes versioning. But let's go into the current one, which is just a symbolic link to 1397. Symbolic link to 1397. And in here is where it's starting to look like an actual full file system. There's a user folder, a var folder, lib, bin, etc. So basically what happens is it creates its own tiny little operating system. If we look in lib, we're going to see all of those dependencies that apt was going to install are actually installed. It's just all in its own little world here inside the snap directory. So it references everything locally. Now that is a plus because we don't have to worry about versions conflicting between one program and another, because they each install their own versions of the libraries they need. Now that does take up more space, but space isn't really as much of a premium as it used to be. So if every app has everything it needs installed in its own folder, maybe that means things function better and they don't conflict as much. I don't know. It's kind of a new way. It's the new kid. It's kind of a new way. It's the new kid on the it's kind of a new way. It's the new kid on the block when it comes to app installation and maintenance. The idea is idea is that an app developer doesn't have to worry about is that an app developer doesn't have to worry about what operating system or what distribution of Linux is being installed into, because since they include all of their own dependencies, it doesn't matter if it's going on CentOS or Ubuntu or SUSE. It just has all of its stuff inclusive, puts it in its folder, and then the overlying, not underlined, the distribution that's running Snap actually just executes all the stuff that's already included. So you don't have to keep things maintained for multiple distributions. Since there's not a standard, there's Flatpak and Snap and App Image, since there's not one standard way of doing it, I'm not sure that it saves a lot of time yet, but the concept is sound. So whether you have a traditional application that links to external libraries that have to be installed in the lib folder, or you just have a really big snap or app image or flatpak and all of the stuff is already inside its folder structure and it doesn't link to anything externally, both apps do the exact same thing and function in almost the exact same way. There's a lot of reasons that the standalone application idea might really be the future, but for right now you have to understand how both ways work, because any app could be installed either way, and the only way you're going to know is to like type which to see which kind of command it is. I'll be honest, for most things I still use apt and yum, and that's because even though these standalone concepts concepts are designed so that maintaining an application is easier. In practice, since there's not a single standard and people are still using apt and yum, sometimes these get more outdated even though they were designed to be able to stay more up to date. Anyway, it's important to understand both and know that the future important to understand both and know that the future will probably include one of these types of concepts or something else that takes the place of them and takes over the world kind of thing. I hope this has been informative for you, and I'd like to thank you for viewing.
Alrighty. $3.40. Well, we're getting towards the end of the day. I really want to get all these things done. Forgot that I was live streaming there. Hopefully I didn't pick my nose or anything. Solving issues with service account permissions. Oh, okay. This one's going to be pretty simple. Bum 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 ba dum bum 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 bum. So the issue that I'm going to solve. So service accounts. This isn't something that's specific to Linux, but there's a user that a daemon will run as, like Apache runs as. Web data is the username that it runs as. A lot of times with Apache, um, you'll have a problem where you try to like copy a web folder in, and that user doesn't have access, so the web server can't serve out the files because since it runs as a user, it can't access them. So that's what we're going to look at. Anybody here want to see a live stream of a peer review? Haha. All right, this is fun. Jeremy, Chara, and I are going to do a peer review. Another one of the things that we have to do for CBT Nuggets, and we're going to go back to back. Let me figure this out. All right. I'm going to. All right. I'm not sure. We'll see how it works. All right. All right. So we'll see how this works. I don't know if Jeremy will be able to hear me. Let's see. Microphone is going to be. Microphone is there. Okay. And let's see. Dell USB soundbar. Can you hear me?
I can. I'm actually watching your YouTube live stream, which is delayed, I think.
Yeah, that's kind of how YouTube goes. So,
Got it.
but is
Got it.
this pretty real timey?
Oh yeah, for sure, for sure.
Okay.
Can you hear me and hear me? interacts with me okay.
Yeah, and actually, you should be coming out on the live stream too, because I just have you coming out on my big speaker right at my face. So,
Sweet.
yeah,
Sweet. Sounds good.
they won't be
All
able
right.
to see
So
you. Oh, actually, we could right there.
yeah.
So you will be at an oblique angle, but you'll be on the live stream.
Awesome. Hello, live streamers.
All right, cool.
All
Yeah, so if anybody tweets that Jeremy's here, we'll get like 1,000 people in the live stream.
right. Funny.
All right, so I can look at. You want me to look at yours first? Are you ready? Oh,
Sounds
that's.
good.
Hold on, that's mine.
And I've now learned that however you like peer reviewing is totally up to you. So whatever speed you listen at, I just listen and smile.
Yeah, I found every single person does it differently, and I've done pretty much every way. I don't have a way, pretty much. To be quite honest, I just I usually go with the flow, but it sounds like that's your methodology too. So
That's yeah, we're clones.
yeah, all right. I've lost the window. Okay, wow, I've really lost studio. Oh, literally, you just finished because number 5 is still encoding.
Yeah, it's a 40-second video, so I figured by the time we get there,
All right. All right. So if anybody is here watching, how this works is we look at a skill, we watch each other's skill, and we do have to. Oh, we have to explain like what we expect to learn, right? Hold on, I gotta look at the. Course students, by the time they're on the skill, they'll be able to configure and troubleshoot common VLAN trunking issues. Cool. Looking forward to this now. Not that I wasn't before.
I'll tell you what, the addition of the labs for Cisco is going to be game changing. It'll be
We can do labs
it'll be
now.
a thing.
Nice.
Oh yeah, I don't know if you know that or not. We created our own
Something, yeah, and it's locked
thing.
down. It's a thing. It's a thing that.
thing.
It's a thing.
There's a thing going on there. So.
Yes. All right.
In the Char House, if you're looking for something that's lost, it's pretty much always in the trunk. I hate to admit it, but I have caused a lot of network issues simply because of misconfigured trunks. Trunks are kind of like VPNs if you're talking about configurations, where it's not hard, there's just a lot of things that has to match up and be congruent throughout an entire network environment. When you got a couple switches, no biggie, but when you multiply that to hundreds of switches, that is a big deal. So in this skill, we're going to look at a lot of the common issues that can happen in the world of trunking. We'll start off by looking at a base configuration of trunking, get your blood flowing, and then we'll get into some troubleshooting scenarios and make sure that everybody can accurately identify and depict when something has gone wrong and find the right direction to fix it. Let's get started.
Awesome. And I literally a couple weeks ago, I messed myself up by setting up trunking with my Proxmox server, locked myself out, and I had to like hook up a monitor and go over and change the interface settings because it was trying to do a trunk that wasn't set up, and yeah.
Yep, you are not alone. I have done that many a time.
Mm-hmm.
If someone were to ask me, Jeremy, what's the most important thing I should know about trunking? This is exactly what I would say. Trunking allows you to carry multiple VLANs between devices. So, to really understand trunking, you need to make sure that you have a foundation understanding of VLANs. VLANs allow you to separate your network into multiple sub-networks. That is, a VLAN equals a subnet. And a lot of people miss that correlation. VLAN is the layer 2 concept, meaning down at the switching layer, that we can use to segment our networks into multiple broadcast domains. And anytime you do that, essentially you've introduced a router or a routed network in the middle. And that's why VLANs equaling a subnet is a logical concept that we can tie together, where we link the layer 2 concept with the layer 3. Now, if we could only do VLANs on one device, that would be a major problem. It would be a major scalability limit. So what we do is enable trunking, which is actually a Cisco word, on all of these links between switches. Now, does that mean that our VLANs only go between Cisco switches? No, it does not. That's because trunking is an industry standard thing, and that's why everybody else in the world calls trunking tagging. And I actually like that a little bit better than the trunking word. See, Cisco was first to the game when they came out with this ISL trunking, ISL, inter-switch link trunking. And this was the ability to run VLANs between Cisco switches. But obviously, the industry's going to catch up. You have HP, you have Force 10, you have all of these other switch vendors, Juniper, all the other ones that I can't think of right now, but for good reason. They all caught up, and eventually the industry said we need an industry standard 802.1q trunking protocol, and that is
Unify, dude. Ubiquity.
now replace
I have
ISL
failed.
100%. So now with 802.1q, you have a language where as traffic moves from your devices, let's just say we have a client down here that joins the wireless access point. He joins the public SSID, right? And you've configured your wireless access points to tag the public. Whenever somebody joins the public, they're going to be tagged with VLAN 10, let's just say. As soon as that comes into the switch and exits the link to access other devices, if it's public, probably you've limited just to the internet, right? It's going to get a little tag right on the front of that packet that says, this belongs to VLAN 10. Now, it is right on the front, and that means that all of the devices that do not understand VLANs will not be able to process that packet. They're going to look at it and say, ah, there's bad data in here. So all of your switches have to be configured to support that 802.1q tagging or trunking method, right? So that's what a trunk does, allow you to carry that tag traffic from device to device. And if you're using a router on a stick design, which is a router that's configured to process multiple VLANs using sub-interfaces, right, you'll actually have an 802.1q trunk configured between switch
Never heard of that before. That's funny.
and router as well. And that's a very common design in small and even in a lot of mid-sized businesses, because routers have continued to get faster and faster
You ever heard of a
connections
router
into
on
the
a
internet.
What? I never a router on a stick. No, never heard that.
Wow, that's funny. Should take more Cisco classes.
I should, yeah. I know a couple trainers.
It works just fine, right? So that is, when I say the real trunking protocol, I'm not going dramatic, I'm just trying to say there is one, and only one, that is supported 802.1q by the world today. Now, mind you, I brought a server into this picture because it's not just switches that support trunking. You can do a trunk to a server. And that means that server is probably doing virtualization, that is VMware, Hyper-V, those kinds of things, where you can actually create virtual machines and put them on different VLANs, even though they're running on the same device. Same thing here, when you look at a IP phone, the IP phone can actually have a computer daisy chain from it, and you can run, I'll call it a mini trunk. Cisco wouldn't agree with me. They say, no, it's a voice VLAN. It's a mini trunk. It's a trunk that's throttled just to allow the voice VLAN to be the tagged VLAN. So as it comes into the phone's like, I understand that because it can read 802.1q tags, because phones are smart, and that's what they're designed to do. The untagged traffic comes from the computer. So it's kind of like this very little trunk that runs to the phone. That is all done with the industry standard 802.1q. The fake trunking protocol, some of you might remember, is actually called VTP. Cisco created this. They called it, unfortunately, the VLAN trunking protocol. How confusing is that? It should have been called the VLAN replication protocol, because what it does is replicate VLANs between switches. So take a look right here. Let me just clear all this off. I'll put VTP. It's the fake trunking protocol, right? As you create VLAN 10, 20, and 30 on whatever VLANs you want to create on those switches, instead of having to add them here and add them here and add them here, VTP can just go and replicate it, and this is where it gets its name, over trunk links. So if you have this configured as what kind of trunk? 802.1q trunk, right? If that is configured as a real trunk, then the fake trunking protocol, VTP, can actually replicate the VLAN so they automatically show up on the switches down below. Now, that doesn't mean the ports automatically get assigned to the VLANs. That's still your and I's job, right? We have to have some work that we do. So we have to go down to the switch and assign the ports, but we do not have to create the VLANs if we're using the fake trunking protocol called VTP, because it's not a trunking protocol at all. It's a replication protocol that works over trunk links, right? Last thing, the dynamic trunking protocol, this guy right here. DTP is another Cisco creation that was designed to make things easy, but in the end, made things kind of hard, and that is at least for you and I to remember. DTP allows the switches to negotiate and configure trunks on their own, right? Switches can recognize switches if you're using DTP, and that allows them to say, hey, I'd like to be a trunk. It's because DTP has two major modes, auto and desirable, right? I'll just put auto and desire. Auto mode sits there and passively waits for somebody to try and be a trunk. So if you had all your switchboards, let's just say all these switchboards were in auto mode, it would just be like, hey, I can be a trunk. It's kind of like, if you wanna, I'll do it, but I'm not gonna push the issue, right? If you're not gonna want to be a trunk, right? If you don't want to be a trunk, I won't be a trunk, and I'll just sit there passively waiting. Desirable, on the other hand, is like, I want to be a trunk, and I'm sending out DTP packets to try and negotiate. And this is why it got so complex. It's like, it's such a simple thing. I just want a trunk, right? But instead, Cisco said, well, we'll have desirable, which will try to be a trunk, and if that hits desirable, then it'll be a trunk. If it's auto, it'll be a trunk. But if I have auto on auto, then it's not going to be a trunk, because they'll both just be sitting there staring at each other. Now, a lot of people go, well, why did they do that? Well, they wanted to be able to set up an environment where you could just have a switch. You're like, oh, hey, let's just have this guy be all auto, and that way, if I decide to configure trunks down the road, then I can. Because here's a little known fact: a lot of people get this one wrong. There's also technically trunking mode. That is, you go into the interface and you say switchport mode trunk, right? A lot of people say that's hard coding your trunk, and it is. But trunk mode, or essentially hard coding the trunk, also sends out DTP messages. So if this guy's auto, or he's desirable, or he's hard-coded as a trunk, it all works. They'll all become trunks if this guy is configured as a trunk. And that's what Cisco wanted. They wanted this easy to run thing. The challenge is, I mean, when they came out with DTP, it was just like, man, that's a great idea. What a great idea. And then security caught up to them, and people were like, you know what? If somebody gets a trunk link, and they don't belong there, they can do something called a VLAN hopping attack. Very bad thing, where they can jump between different VLANs, and immediately all the recommendations were like, do not use DTP, hard code your trunks, never use desirable, auto, just turn that all off, right? Set your access ports to be access ports and your trunk ports to be trunk ports. So at that point, DTP and all of Cisco's best intentions with that got a bad rap. So just like I mentioned, if somebody asks me what's the most important stuff to know about trunking, that would be it. We have done a flyover of trunking protocols, VTP, and DTP to get us ready for the configuration and troubleshooting of trunking. I hope this has been informative for you, and I'd like to thank you for viewing.
I genuinely learned things there.
Good. Good. Mission accomplished.
I think I forgot to put a checkbox in the first one. Oh, no, I didn't. Man, you're stretching the rules here with your 21-minute video. Just
Brother.
oh, it's a lab. Oh, never mind. It's fine.
Dude, yeah. I abide by no 5-minute rule. So
You heard it here
Ready to
first.
have some fun? Don't live stream. By the time we're done here, we will perform and walk through a
Literally, like a half hour ago, I forgot that I was live streaming, and I was looking at my computer. I'm like, did I just pick my nose? I really hope I didn't just pick my nose.
I have done that more often than not. Yeah.
cumulative trunking configuration. I firmly believe one of the most effective ways to learn something is to literally be dropped into that circumstance and try to figure your way out. If you've ever moved into a new house or apartment or gotten in a car, you've probably known that situation where you break down on the side of the road or your stove catches on fire or leaks start happening on the pipes. All kinds of things that throw you into that circumstance, and you have to learn how to fix it, and then that knowledge is stuck with you forever, right? And that knowledge might be call a guy. So in this case, you can't call a guy. You got to jump into a trunking configuration. Now I know the topic of this skill is on troubleshooting trunking, but I know it may have been a little while since you've last done a trunking configuration. I want to make sure everybody's blood is flowing and you're up to speed. So what I've done is dropped you into a lab where literally you're the network administrator for the SF Insurance Network, deploying a new office with 3 switches. You can read through all the requirements right here and see if you can get these 2 devices to end up pinging each other on VLAN 10, right? So what I'm going to do is launch you into this lab, but before I do, I want to make sure that you understand that I'm using a Windows 10 PC up here, a literal real Windows operating system, as one of the PCs, and you can access it, and then I hope you've clicked the launch virtual lab button, and it's loading up behind the scene, right? And then down here you have an emulated PC, which is well, I just want to make sure you've seen something like this before, right? This is the lab environment. Let me bring it over here into the picture. To access that emulated PC, you have this Client 2 button here in your Telnet prompts, right, in this multi-tab putty. And on here, you just use the question mark, and you can manually set an IP address. You can set it up for DHCP, whatever you want to do. This essentially acts as a client device that we can interact with, ping, test through the network, and make sure everything is working, even doing so from that Windows 10 PC up top, okay? So what I'm going to do is right now, I want you, well, I'm not going to do anything. I want you to pause. Here, let me flip this back. Boom, right there. Pause right now. Work through this on your own, and then unpause, and I'll work through it with you if you get stuck. Ready? Pause. Okay, I'm going to assume that you did that. And let's dive in. So we are now chosen to run this SF Insurance Network. These are all in a default state from the instruction. So step 1, and I'm just going to glance through these because I wrote this last week and I don't remember most of it. And sometimes the further steps will affect what I'll do earlier. So I want to set them all up as trunk links using manual trunk configurations, but continuing to send the dynamic trunking protocol messages. Okay. I want to throttle these trunk links so only these VLANs pass over the trunk connection. Set up a VTP domain called the matrix and ensure switch 1 is the only one that can create VLANs in the VTP domain. So we'll then create VLANs 10, 20, and 30 and make sure they replicate to the other switches. Then we will assign access ports as shown. So that'll be to PC1 and to the emulated PC down here as access ports. And we will either manually assign these guys IP addresses or for bonus points, which come on, you know we're going to do that, right? We're going to set up switch 1 as a VLAN 10 DHCP server and ensure the clients can ping each other with their shiny new IP addresses. Step 4 works. We are successful. I'm good. I'm ready. Let's do it. So clear off my chicken scratch. Whoop, slide this right into the screen. So we've got switch 1, switch 2, and switch 3 sitting right here. So first step is to get these guys configured. Whoa, not there. Configured with trunk link. So I'll bring that back up into the picture, and let's do a show CDP neighbors from here. Now I'm going to assume that since these guys are running a virtual iOS version, that they're going to do what switches do, and that is I'm going to do a quick show interface GI 0/1 switch ports. They're going to be dynamic desirable, yeah. And so they will automatically negotiate a trunk link, but these are running an old flavor of the iOS, so
That was you now, right? That wasn't on the video?
cycling the ports and all that right there. Gig 0/0, looking good.
What'd I do?
feel pretty warm and fuzzy about that guy. The switch port mode.
What did I-
We're not doing it.
Did you cough in real life?
I did.
Okay. I thought it was in the video, and I'm trying to find the spot.
We'll do, technically, let's talk about the technicalities. We're supposed to, the picture, and let's do a show CDP neighbors from here. Now, I'm going to assume that since these guys are running a virtual iOS version, that they're going to do what switches do, and that is I'm going to do a quick show interface GI 0/1 switch ports. They're going to be dynamic desirable, yeah. And so they will automatically negotiate a trunk link, but these are running an old flavor of the iOS, so it is an ISL encapsulation. That has not been in use for a long time. So let's go in to global config mode interface GI 0/1, and we'll do technically. Let me talk about the technicalities. We're supposed to set this thing to do. We're supposed to shut down the interface first, configure it as a trunk link, and then bring it back up. But I'm not going to do that. I'm going to just hey wait, I'm circle. So I'm going to do a switch port trunk encapsulation .1Q. Hit the enter key, and then let's do a switch port mode trunk. and bam, we've hard-coded that guy as a trunk port. Now, one of the things it said in the lab, I want to make sure we're all clear on. Keep doing that. It says the trunk port should use manual trunk configurations, but should continue to send DTP, that's dynamic trunking protocol messages. They're going to do that. When you set this thing as a trunk link, it's going to keep saying, I want to be a trunk, which means if the other side for DTP is desirable or auto, it will flip over and become a trunk link. The only way to turn off the DTP messages is by using the switch port no negotiate command, but we're not doing that in this case. So let's bring this back up into the picture, and we'll head on over to switch number 2. Show CDP neighbors, just to verify the interfaces are accurate, just like they are in the diagram. Yes, just because I'm human and I make mistakes. So let's go into global config mode, interface GI. Well, hey, why not? Let's do interface range GI 0/0 through 1. Yep. Switch port mode. No way. It'll give us. Hey, you can't use C, right? By the way, if you're, I hesitate because if you're one of those people like me that struggle to remember the syntax of that range command, just know you're not alone. I always goof that up sometimes. So switch port trunk encapsulation .1q. Switch port mode trunk. Hit enter. Golden. Let's head over to switch number 3. Show CDP neighbors, and we have switch 2 on gigabit Ethernet and config T interface GI 0/1, and we will do a switch port trunk encapsulation .1q switch port switch port mode trunk. Boom. We should let's head back over to switch 2. We should now have trunk links going all over the place. I'll do a show interface trunk. Oh, there we go. Gigabit 0/0/1. VLANs allowed. Looks like there are some VLANs on these switches already. 100, 200, 300. Not lining up with what we have to create. But I see both interfaces are separated 2.1q, and we are trunking. I'm feeling pretty warm. It's broken. Stop it. I'm feeling pretty warm and fuzzy about that guy. Trunk ports being connected. Now, ensure only VLAN 1, 10, 20, and 30 pass over the trunk link. That we will need to do on all the switches. Let's go into, just so I don't forget one, I'm going to go to switch 1. We're already there. It is switch port, trunk, allowed VLAN. And we have our options. Now we have to be careful here. If we just say add VLANs 1, 2, et cetera, it's not going to do anything because we're adding to what's already there, which is all VLANs are allowed. So I'm literally just going to type in the list of VLANs. I'm going to do 1, 10, 20, 30, enter as what's being allowed. And I'm going to cheat. I'm going to copy that guy to my clipboard. It's not cheating, it's efficiency. So I tell my wife all the time. So let's go back into the range, and I'll just right-click, paste that in there, and then same thing on switch number 3, global config, interface GI 0/1, and makes that sound, and paste it right in there. Good. So even though the VLANs aren't created yet, I can do a show VLAN. I can see the 100, 200, 300, which were already there. It's still going to limit. So if I were to go and do a show interface trunk, I should be able to see, yeah, these are limited. Now notice it's saying this is what's allowed, but look right below that. It says the ones that are active, just 1, because we don't have VLANs 10, 20, and 30 yet, right? So let's look back in the lab, and if I can stop clicking like mad. So then third step, set up a VTP domain called the matrix. Ensure switch 1 is the only switch able to create VLANs, then create the VLANs, make sure that they replicate to the other switches. Let's do it. So I'm going to go to, let's do a show VTP status, because I'm curious how these are configured right now. Okay, looks like we've got a domain name of Cisco VIOS right there, running version 2. So it's kind of doing its own thing, but it's transparent, which means VTP is off, right? Or disabled, it would be the right way to say that. So I'm going to do a VTP domain name. No, hang on. VTP domain, just type the name, right? The matrix, and that is case sensitive, so we need to keep it that way. Good. We're now switched over, and then I'm going to do a VTP mode and server will be switch number 1. Good. Now the other two should be a piece of cake. Bail out of here. VTP domain, the matrix, VTP mode, and we are going with client. Which will limit these guys from being able to create VLAN. Matter of fact, watch this. I'm going to type in VLAN 10. It's going to be like, it's going to be like, wrong word. VLAN 10, bam, not allowed. It is not allowed when this device is sitting in client mode. So good. Let's exit out of there and go over to switch number 3. Good. VTP mode, the matrix. VTP domain, the matrix. That would be a great VTP mode, by the way. Mode will be client. Bingo. All right. Now let's head over to switch 1 and create VLANs 10, 20, and 30 on switch number 1 and make sure it can replicate. Okay, I can do that. So we will do VLAN 10. Now, it didn't give us any names, so I'll just do VLAN 10, VLAN 20, VLAN 30, Control Z. Show VLAN, and look at that. Beautiful. VLAN 10, 20, 30, lining up in a row. Watch this. Hang on, if it's going to work. Show VTP status. Yeah, look at this. Right here. Look at that. Configuration revision 3 means 3 changes to the VTP database, and that would mean if everything, I'm going for gold. I'm going for switch number 3. Show VTP status. Configuration revision number 3, which means I know, and I feel very confident that typing in show VLANs, we've got 3 VLANs sitting right there. No ports are in them as of yet. That's because we still have a job to do. That's what we do, is assign the ports, but we no longer have to create the VLANs. VTP is doing that for us. Cool. So I gotta feel good about this. So I'm gonna be like, cha, right? Good. Okay, so step 4, assign the access ports shown and manually assign PC1 and PC2. That's these guys right here, there, and a key address in the 1010, or set up a DHCP server. We're gonna do that, right? And then make sure they can ping each other. Cool. I'm ready. You. Let's jump in here. I'm gonna go to, where am I going? Let's look at the diagram. Diagram right there. Switch 1 gig 0/0 is connected to the Windows 10 PC, and then switch 3 gig 0/0 is connected to the emulated PC. So let's jump up there. I'm going to go to switch number 1, and we'll go into interface GI 0/0, switch port mode access. Right there we go, and switch port access VLAN 10. And I'm just, you know what? I'm gonna be that kid. You know, the kid in school was like, slams his pencil down, done. And he added the everybody hates that kid. Description, client, PC1, extra credit right there, little description. Thanks. I'm gonna go to switch number 3. Go into interface GI 0/0, switch port mode, access, switch port, access VLAN 10, description, and we will do client PC2. Bada bing. All right, what do you think? So we got VLANs. I'm going to do a show VLAN. We'll let Spanning do its thing. It's probably cycling the ports and all that right there. Gig 0/0, looking good. Let's jump over to the client PC. So my guess. So right now those two PCs should be in the same VLAN, but they're going to be in their own little world. Right? I'm going to open a command prompt here. Since there is no DHCP services, I don't think. Yeah, he's sitting there like, help, I need IP address 169.254. So let's do it. Let's get a DHCP server set up. I'm going to jump back over here to our switch number 1. So DHCP config, global config mode. We're going, what's subnet? What's subnet? Okay, so we are going for the 10.10.10 subnet, VLAN 10. So you can see that upper left corner there. No default, I mean, this is simple network, no default gateway, nothing like that. So let's do it. I'm gonna go right here. Switch one. So the first thing I'm gonna do is IP DHCP excluded address, because when you set up a pool, it's just like bam, it's gonna start handing out IP addresses. Like, oh, there you go. You're like, no, I'm not ready. So you wanna be like, okay, this is what I don't want to hand out yet. 10.10.10.1 through 10. Let's do 10.10.10.10. And by the way, anytime I do a DHCP scope, I always reserve the first 10 addresses because there's just stuff that statically needs to be assigned. So I'll usually make my range, from the 10s on. So then I'll go to IP DHCP pool, and we will do a I don't know, what do you want to name the pool? The matrix, of course. So I'm going to come in here and should just be one command. Network. This is where I'm going to define the network that I'm going to hand out. It'll be 10.10.10.0, and we'll do a /24. And I think that's it. Right? Right? I think so. Let's go back over to our good old client PC. IP config. Still nothing. Let's do an IP config / renew. And now we dance impatiently. That doesn't look good. It should have got one by now. This is Cisco iOS people. It should hand out IP to hand. Okay, so just make sure it's not something stuck. I'm going to open another command prompt. Do an IP config. Okay, not getting an IP address. Why would that be? We've got our let me just look at the diagram. If I can stop looking at the slide. We got our diagram right there. We got the trunks we verified, access ports set up. Switch 1 is in. Hey, wait a sec. Switch 1 is not in VLAN 10. Hang on. Whoa. I just thought of this. Hang on. Just a minute. I'm going to do a show IP interface brief on switch 1. Oh, look at that. Look at that. Switch 1 does not have an IP address at all, so it's not going to hand out. It can't be a DHCP server. It doesn't even have an IP address, much less have an IP address in VLAN 10. It's not going to work unless I go in and spell it right, interface VLAN 10, and do the IP address 10.10.10. I don't know, we only get one. Sounds good to me. No shutdown. Now, DHCP services should work on that switch. Let's do show IP interface brief. We are up, and now let's go back over that client and do that again. Renew. Oh, wait a sec. Look at that. It got one. Oh no, it must have been like, man, IP config. Must have been really fast. I didn't even see that there. So it's just still, oh, there it goes. So good. Client PC1's got an IP address. And let's go back over here to our switch. Let's do a show IP DHCP binding. It's just fun, just to see that. There's the MAC address right there of client number 1. By the way, I made a great YouTube video on why does this man have extra characters in the MAC address right there? So if you want to know, go find that YouTube video. Okay. Client 2. Let's go to client 2. Hit the question mark. And we will do, so it's saying, okay, what is your command? This kind of, it takes a little while to figure this one out. So we'll do IP, let's just hit question mark, IP address. There we go, IP address. And we should be able to just type DHCP, right? No. How do I get it to get an IP address? IP address, and VPC settings. Man, this was so, okay, option, attend to via DNS via DHCP, show IP, renew DHCP lease. Hang on. Okay, hang on. I gotta start this for a second. Actually, I think I went a little too far down that road. I think you just type in DHCP. There we go. Okay, so it's reaching out for an IP address right now. Oh, hey, there we go. Dora. That should be. Hang on. So hang on. I say hang on a lot, don't I? Just go back here, do a show IP DHCP binding. Good. Second IP address is handed out. So let's do a IP, right? Show IP. God, I haven't quite figured out this virtual PC. There we go. Virtual PC 10.10.10.12/24. DHCP server right there tells it it's switch number 1. Isn't this cool? This is so cool. Cool. We're done. We got this. So we have now. I finally can go to the slide. We have now performed and walked through a cumulative trunking configuration. I had fun. I hope you had fun. Good. I hope it's been informative for you. I'd like to thank you for viewing.
You didn't ping.
I didn't what?
You didn't ping.
Oh, no, I know. I thought about that at the end, where I was like, "Look, they got IP addresses. All right." And then I, as I was closing the slides, I was like, "Wait a sec, I didn't ping." I figured since everybody else would be doing the lab, they would ping and they'd be like, "Oh, okay, ping works." But yes, you are 100% right.
I was hoping that you had ICMP blocked somewhere, so it isn't going to work even.
Something dumb. Yeah. No. 21 minutes, it was long enough, I figured.
If they can't figure out how to ping after doing all that.
They shouldn't be in the CCNP curriculum.
That's true.
That's it. What did you think?
It was good.
And different?
No, that was good. I enjoyed it. And I'm not a Cisco person. I mean, I used to teach Cisco, but not switch stuff. It was just router stuff. And so it was, I think I'm a good person to watch it because it's not something that I just happen to know. And I followed along just fine. So
cool. And you're hopping right into what I would, when I categorize the type, it's advanced or intermediary. It's not CCNA, that's for sure.
Yeah.
The network blew up. By the time we're done here, we will perform and walk through the process of troubleshooting trunking configurations. So, same topology that you just finished configuring, maybe, if you just finished this configuration lab. Yesterday evening, your office experienced an all-night power outage due to the major storms in the area. Multiple users arriving at the office the next morning have mentioned that the PCs on the accounting VLAN, that'd be VLAN number 10, are having some issues. You suspect that some of the switch configurations were not properly saved by the previous network administrator of the organization and begin your troubleshooting. So, by the time it's said and done, you are successful if both clients can ping each other. And you can see that this time around we're starting with pre-assigned address 10, 10, 10, 10, and 10, 10, 10, 11 assigned to each one of those PCs. So see if you can get it going. So again, as always, I'd like you to dive into this, launch the lab if you haven't already. Pause me, and then once you think you've solved it, or if you get stuck and want to walk through the walkthrough, or just want to hang out with me and talk through this, unpause and we'll go from there. You ready, set, pause. And we're done. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to clear this off. I've got the, actually, I think I have the lab still loading. 1 second. There we go. It is loaded up. So let's bring this over, and let me actually break off the, split these windows so I can throw that to the side. Okay, so we've got our 3 switches that are sitting right here. We've got the client that's sitting up there. So the first thing I'm going to do, and by the way, the first time I get into any kind of troubleshooting exercise, real world or lab or otherwise, first thing I always do is ping between the 2 devices, because I want to verify that those clients aren't the issue. So I'm going to jump over to client PC1, open up a command prompt on there, CMD, and let's just do an IP config. Sure enough, okay, good, accurate, 10, 10, 10, 10. I'm going to do a ping 10.10.10.11, and it doesn't look good. Okay, so I'm just going to hit the up arrow and do a -T on there. Let that thing run all day, because as soon as that comes up, we'll be able to see it. Meanwhile, I'm going to jump back over to the virtual client right there. Okay, good. We've got the IP configuration just shown right there. Perfect. 10, 10, 10, 11. So I could ping the other direction, but I've got one consistent ping going, so I'm content with that. Okay, so where to begin? The first thing I want to do, I'm going to look at the diagram right here. We've got switch 1, switch 2, switch 3. I see the interfaces. I'm an OSI model kind of guy. I can tell you how often after I ping and I'm like, okay, it doesn't work, I go straight to the bottom, physical connections. Are we connected? And then go layer by layer up through the trunking configuration. So I'm going to go over to switch number 1. I'm just going to scoop this guy over, scoot him over. Okay, so he should be on G0/1. Let's do a quick show CDP neighbors. We've got G0/1 connected to switch 2. Let's do a quick show interface trunk. Okay, that was very anticlimactic. Okay, so show interface trunk, not seeing anything. Okay, it should be G0/1 that is connected there. So let's do a show, how about show interface G0/1 switch port. Huge troubleshooting command. Again, show run is being blocked, just like it would be in a exam environment. Okay, so operational mode is static access. Administrative mode is dynamic desirable. ISL, it's almost like, okay, so it's working as an access port. That's not right. So actually, before I fix that, let's look at switch 2, show CDP neighbors. All right, G0/0, it's seeing switch 1, so let's do a show interface trunk on this side. G0/1, okay, this side is set up. Okay, so I'm thinking okay, yeah, or hang on, G0/0, I said the wrong one. So G0/0, but either way, same results. That is configured as a trunk, so let's go back to this guy, and let's see if we can get him going. Let's do a show interface status. You use that command a lot? I do, all the time. So, hang on, I'm looking at the wrong, did I look at the wrong interface? No, that's right. Yeah, 0/1. Okay, G0/1 is connected. Okay, so this guy, he needs to be a trunk. Interface G0/1, and let's do a switch port trunk encapsulation .1Q, or SOT1, .1Q, because I saw earlier ISL was set up on that, and then we'll do a switch port mode trunk. Good. Let's bail out of there, and let's just do a show interface trunk and see if that's okay. Hey, bada bing. It's showing up now. Still waiting for spanning tree to catch up. And by the way, that anytime you make a trunking change, add VLANs, remove VLANs, whatever, spanning tree is going to take a little time to catch up. So give it 30 seconds if you're using typical 802.1d or classic spanning tree, right? So we'll let that guy do his thing. I'm going to glance over while I'm waiting at client 1, just see if the pings are going. No. Nope. Could be a spanning tree thing. So let's just hit the up arrow. Are we good? Nope. We're still waiting for spanning tree to catch up there. So I see the VLANs that are allowed. All of them are there. Up arrow. It's taking its sweet time. So I'm gonna sit. All right, just took a couple more up arrows. There we go. We've now got all of those. So now let's glance over at client PC1, and no. So we are still dead in the water, even though we've got all of those added. Okay, so let's keep going through the topology. I would say switch 1 to switch 2 seems good, right? So let's hop on over to switch number 2. There we go. Show. Huh, that's interesting. I'm just noticing that VLANs allowed and active and not in management domain. We're missing VLAN 10. Maybe that was fixed with it'll do show interface trunk. That's not good. That immediately makes me think of the switch port trunk allowed VLAN. Is that throttling it down? Let's do a show interface GI 0/ what interface are we here? GI 0/0 is connecting up to switch number 1. 0/0 switch port. Okay, so we've got administrative mode trunk, operational mode trunk, .1Q, access mode VLAN is there. As one, pruning VLANs enabled, it's allowing all of them. Trunking VLANs enabled all. So if it was throttled, meaning if we did the switch port trunk allowed VLAN and remove some of the VLANs, they would be listed right there. Let's just do a show VLAN. Look at that. Look at that. That's very tricky. VLAN 10 is missing, and by the way, that is always, I don't know what I was gonna say, always a big thing that happens in large networks. You forget to add a VLAN to one of the intermediary switches. I mean, hang on, look at this diagram. Look right here. So switch 2. Right here doesn't have any ports in VLAN 10 like these guys do, right? So it's really easy when you're thinking trunk to not create VLAN 10 here, because technically you don't have any access ports that are a member of that VLAN, right? But if you do that, then it automatically prunes that out of the trunk. So let's fix that. We'll get that back going here. Global config mode VLAN 10. Let that, that should do it. I'm going to do a show, let's just the arrow, show interface trunk. Good. So we've got VLAN 10 now added to that management domain. Still waiting for spanning tree to catch up, so I won't make you wait. I'll just stare and wait till it comes back. All right, I'm done staring. Let's hit the up arrow and check it. Good. We're there. So let's check the client PC. Still no on the successful pings. I'm just gonna click in there and hit enter a couple times. Yeah. I mean, sometimes in Windows if you highlight something it freezes the output, so you won't see that. So hit enter if you're ever in doubt. We're still not good. So let's check switch 3. We haven't done that one yet. We'll do show CDP neighbors. Looks like that guy's got gig 0/1. It's CN switch 2. Okay, show interface trunk. And same thing. Show you know what I say, right? VLAN 10 is missing right there. So we'll do a show VLAN. Odd. VLAN 10 is created on this switch, so we'll do a show interface. I forgot what G0/1, right? Switch port. We are a trunk.1Q. Look at that, scandalous. Trunking VLANs enabled. That's what I was saying to you just on the previous switch. That is the allowed VLAN restriction right there. So we will do interface GI0/1. So this port trunk allowed VLAN add 10. By the way, make sure you don't forget to put that add keyword in there. Otherwise, it just jams VLAN 10 and removes all the other one. That, by the way, is a rite of passage. At some point, if you're going quick on your config, you will do that in a production network, and you will either lose your job or cause a major outage. Hopefully not both. Hopefully not the first one at all. It's an easy mistake to make, all too easy. There should be a warning message when you type that command without the add keyword. So let's do a show, hit the up arrow, show interface, let's do interface trunk. Good. So now we're just waiting for spanning tree to come up. There we go. About 30 seconds is what it took. I just keep hitting the up arrow until I finally see VLAN 10 added. Okay, let's check the client PC now and see. Hey, that's it. Bada bing. 3 errors, 3 trunk links, all misconfigured in this environment. So I would say that wasn't a power outage. That was some malicious dude getting into the network and really messing things up. So how'd you do? I hope you did amazing on that. Regardless, I hope that was an eye-opening experience for you. That you're like, got it. I'm all over that. Right? Cool. We have performed and walked through the process of troubleshooting trunking configurations. I hope this has been informative for you, and I'd like to thank you for viewing.
I think I know the guy who messed it up.
Yeah, he's a jerk.
That worked too. It did require a little more Cisco familiarity because there's a lot more quick jumping, but that's to be expected. So
Cool.
and, oh, it's still pending.
Nope. Mine shows done.
Oh, okay. Oh, weird. Yeah, it showed pending, but it's gonna play. So
Well done. You've made it through troubleshooting trunking protocols. I hope as you walk away from this that you've gained primarily the confidence to walk into an environment where trunking has gone bad and it never appears as trunking. It means some network connectivity issue arises, and you can begin walking through the methodical steps to say what's misconfigured, because we're in the world of networks. Most of the time, it's a misconfiguration because things are so complex. Is it a trunking protocol mismatch? Is a VLAN misconfigured? Is a VLAN not added? Maybe even combining other skills like spanning tree protocol to trace the path of the active traffic and find out what's wrong. Well, at this point, you're off to the races. I hope this has been informative for you, and I'd like to thank you for viewing.
awesome.
Cool.
I need to go back to video 1 now, and I do have an understanding of.
You were my last peer review. You were the only one I could not get to peer review my content. Congratulations. Done.
Trunking issues. I don't even know what my list of people is. So all right, that's done. So you want to watch mine now? Did I send a link?
Yeah. Yeah. Let me find it. And there we go.
All right.
All right. Well, wait a sec. Wrong one.
I don't know what happened there.
I use peer review time to catch up on email and research how to keep scorpions out of your house.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't have any scorpions here in the 5 inches of snow that we got last night. So are
Yep.
you using the webcam plugin for OBS?
Yes, brother.
Yeah, and
I thought you'd be like, how are you doing that?
no,
Totally.
I don't do it only because of the delay. There's no way to change the delay, so there's always the voices aren't lined up right.
What?
Oh yeah.
Like, so right now, when I'm talking, my voice does not line up with
No.
my mouth?
Nope. because the
Anyway,
webcam, yeah,
lies.
because it
Yes, in
doesn't,
fact,
because,
it's so minor. Well, you're right.
and it's because it doesn't replicate the audio, just the video. And so there is a delay in the video, but there's nowhere to adjust it.
So all the conferences I've had until just now, I've been out of sync, and people have been just gracious, I suppose.
And with video conferencing, it's not that annoying because it's usually not perfect.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I shut off OBS and you get like the slightly wider view of my office than you would in OBS where it's cropped nicely because I just go directly to the cam link.
Yeah, I kind of like leaving OBS open all day because I'm doing all my recording. So
I
I
if
will be delayed.
so if you go to the Monday morning meetings and you watch trainers join and their video is xed out, it's probably because they left OBS on and they're like, "Oh crud," and they have to shut it off. Yeah.
Yep, and then you have to refresh. Yeah, I played that game until I found that plugin which you already had, and I thought I'd cured cancer, and now you're just like, nope, you just delayed the death. That was terrible. That was the most terrible analogy.
You delayed it by
But,
250 milliseconds. See, I don't know if that's any
right,
better.
right. All right. Okay, so discovering. Okay, so just so you know, when I do peer reviews, I am just like a living stream of thought. Like I'll pause at random. It
Oh,
kind of like you, where I just.
see, I purposefully didn't because I feel bad because you know. Anyway, I
Oh yeah.
some trainers are really annoyed by that because
Oh
I'll
really?
stop and talk. Sometimes that reminds me of something, and so I'll pause. I'm like, oh, do you know what I did the other? So,
Oh my gosh,
uh,
no, that's exactly what I do.
okay, so
So
I won't
maybe
be
I maybe
offended, and I should have known better.
yeah, no. I'm telling you, we're clones. All right, here we go. So hang on, can you see?
I can still see tiny Jeremy. Yeah,
Say that again?
I can see tiny Jeremy there in the little circle, so we're good.
Okay, so oh, but wait a sec, you can't hear though.
Yeah, I could hear it.
Um,
I could hear it coming through your microphone. I could hear it.
you can?
Yeah.
Cool. All right. Let's turn it a little louder just in case.
It's important because it can cause problems that at first don't make a lot of sense. Now, we're going to look at some files and folders permissions, but also ownership, because that will make a big difference too. If the file is not owned by the proper person, they're not going to be able to control them, whether or not the permissions are set or not. So first of all, let's look at what those permissions are. Like I said, a lot of this is repeat, but I just want to go over it because when we have a file, there are three different permission tags that we can access to. There's going to be read, write, or execute, and they're pretty straightforward. If it has the read field activated, that means that the user is going to be able to read the file or see what's in it. With write, they're going to be able to write to it or save to it, and execute a file means that it's executable, meaning it can be executed on the system like an application or a bash script. Folders work similar.
Hang on, what level is this? Beginner?
Yeah,
Intermediate?
pretty
Advanced?
much. Between beginner and intermediate, I'd say.
Okay.
Maybe
Okay.
intermediate. Yeah.
Cool. Got it.
Folder but there's a little bit of difference. So reading a folder is going to be able to read the contents of the folder. Write is going to be saved. You're going to be able to save a file into that folder. And execute means you're going to be able to switch into it. So like cd into a folder name, that's going to be possible if the execute flag is active. And of course, read, write, and execute can exist in multiple places. They can be for the user or the owner, the group, and others. So usually you have a permission string that looks like who is the user or the owner, and then what that person's permissions are, what the group they belong to or the file or folder belongs to's permissions are, and then what anybody else on the system's permissions are on that file or folder. And this is what we manipulate via user group or other. We can manipulate each individual one. Again, this is all review, I know, but let's go to the system so we can actually see what sort of problems they can cause if those permissions aren't properly set up on your computer system in the folder. Now, I'm just logged in as Bob, our regular user, and so I'm going to say ls-l in our home folder because I've set up a couple things that aren't quite right. All right, so here we have, let's see, in our documents folder, at first glance, this looks fine. The user has read-write access. Everybody in the group has read access, and everybody on the system has read access, which means that everybody would be able to read the content.
Really dumb question. What group? I've always wondered that. What group has read access?
The group that owns it. So when you create a user, they get their username is Bob, and there's also a group called Bob that is created. But there can be other groups. So generally, by default, every user has their own group, and files that they create belong to their user group as well. But there could be like a marketing group or something like that that a file or folder belongs to. But by default, it's just going to be the user's group. So it's kind of like you have your name, and then your house is Bob's house as well.
Got it. Okay. Otherwise, I jump into the lesson of why create the user. Why does the user have a group? Why do they have a house? Is there?
It just makes the group dynamic available, so it has to belong to something, and by
Got it.
default,
So
their only group membership is you. So you, if you don't want anybody else to have access to it, you can just leave the group as just your group.
how would I know if the marketing group has access to that folder?
It would say Bob, and the second column would be marketing.
Fair.
Contents of the folder, but they're not going to be able to save to it unless they're the owner. So this is the group, this is the owner or the user that we're talking about, and these are the permissions. But if we see, let's try to go into there. Document, permission denied. Well, what the heck? Permission denied, but it did show us the content because we have read permission, right? We can actually read what's in there. We just don't have the ability to switch into it. So we couldn't go into the folder. And that's because the execute flag is not set. And again, execute isn't something I normally think about when I think about a folder, but if we were to change that, say chmod plus x dot.
I had that same question when I saw you say that on the previous slide, and you like answered my question without me answering it. Well done.
Cool.
And then the ls-l is going to change every field. So document for others, for group, and for the owner are all going to be active. And now we should be able to go into it. See documents, and sure enough, there we are. You can see there's a file inside of it. Now we could, of course, make the changes so just Bob has access to switch into it and to read it, but that's the issue. So look for the X field or the execute field in a folder because that means have the ability to go into it, which isn't logical. It doesn't make sense unless you're thinking about permissions on folders. All right, so let's see. Here's another one. Our downloads folder. Let's look in there. Let's go back. ls downloads. Permission denied. You can't go into there. Can we go? Can we switch to it? Okay, we switched to it, but we can't even see what's inside of it. How crazy is that? Well, that's because the downloads folder here, look at our permissions flag. We have write access to it and execute, but we can't read what is inside of it because this read field is not active for anybody, even the owner. So we could say chmod user plus r for the current directory, and now if we do ls, there's nothing in there, but we didn't get any errors, so let's see.
This is the best demo I've ever seen on how permissions work.
Oh,
Seriously.
cool.
And maybe it's because I knew a little bit about Linux, and I'm like, it's like light bulb. Well done.
Cool. Well, thank you.
So now what we've done, the downloads folder, we have read, write, execute access to that as the user, but everybody else in the system can switch into it, but they can't save or read anything in there. So these alone are not terribly useful permissions to have, but over here, read, write, execute for the owner, that means that Bob is going to be able to do stuff. And now lastly, let's look at our music folder, because music has read, write, and execute all active for the owner. But we'll notice that Bob can't look into it. He can't switch into there either. Even though it's inside Bob's home folder, it's owned by root. And other users don't have any access to it. And Bob is not root. In the case of the music folder, Bob would be considered an other because he's not root. He's not in the root group. So he's an other user and there's no permissions at all. So Bob can't see it. And there's going to be another problem. We can't just.
I'm so surprised you did not say something like I am Groot. I'm sure that's anyway. I'm sure that's overused.
In my head, at least.
Music. Because it's owned by root. It's not owned by Bob. He can't switch that. We can't switch the ownership either. So own Bob music. Nope, we can't do that either. So because it's root that owns it, we're going to have to say sudo own Bob the Bob group music. And now if we do ls minus l, we're going to see music is not owned by Bob, and Bob should be able to see in there. It's empty, but sure enough, no errors at all. So we fixed both permissions and ownerships of the individual files. It's just important to look at who owns it, what permissions they are, and always remember on a folder specifically, you really need to pay attention to the execute flag. Files are far more intuitive as far as ownership goes, but folders are ones that usually catch me up. So I wanted to look at folders specifically. Managing file systems is not really a new concept for us. We've covered this in length in previous nuggets and other courses. But when you're thinking about why something isn't working on a particular user's folder, it's important to look at the permissions on a file, the permissions on a folder, and make sure the right owner is listed for the actual file or folder itself. Sometimes, if root owns it, you have no access, even though the permission fields are proper. So watch for files, folders, and ownerships on individual files and folders in the user's home directory. I hope this has been informative for you, and I'd like to thank you for viewing.
That was amazing. That was amazing. So, feedback, right? This video nearly made me cry. So good. All right. Add comment and check save. Yeah, that was a great demo.
Cool. Well, thank you very much.
I've been a system administrator for 20 years on various systems in schools, colleges, businesses, and one of the most common things that people call the IT office about is, I can't log into my computer. Now, there can be a multitude of reasons why a user can't log into your system or into their system, but there's a few that are pretty common. Password issues, or if something is configured improperly. So let's look at some local access issues and then some remote access issues and see if we can help you figure out some problems that happen all the time in IT. And like I said, there are local login issues and remote login issues. And here's the deal. Usually, any local login issue is going to affect remote login. So if you have a problem with the remote login, you should first troubleshoot local login to make sure they can do that first. And the things we want to check if we have a local login problem is, does the user have an disabled using something like fail to ban, or the user could have changed their password to something and then forgot what they changed it to, or had caps lock on when they were changing it. There's a multitude of reasons why the password could have changed on them, or maybe it was hacked. So nonetheless, it's important to check out password.
If I did OBS audio through the webcam,
It doesn't do it.
then it.
The OBS webcam does not support audio.
Oh,
Yeah, that's the issue.
When you're looking at remote login, which is usually what you get more often. A lot of people can't log in remotely. And so they have to first look at all the issues about the local accounts, because again, it could be password related, it could be that they change their password, it could be fail to ban is active, and then you can look at the actual SSH gaming to see if it's configured to either only allow specific users or deny specific users, and see if your user is included in either one of these lists. And it's important to understand how the allow users and deny users lists work, because you can accidentally disable everybody on your system without even meaning to. So we're on our CentOS box, and we are the user Bob trying to log in. So our username and our password, and it says it didn't work. Please try again. Well, after a number of tries, we determined that we just can't log in. So we call tech support and say, okay, I'm unable to log in. So tech support is able to log in as root on the system. So here we are, root at CentOS on the CentOS system. And what I'm going to do, first of all, I'm going to say pass WD dash capital S Bob. And what this is going to do is give me information on Bob's local account. And it says here, this is the user Bob. LK means it's locked, and sure enough, look at this. There's a message that his password is locked. Now, how we do that is we say PASSWD dash L for lock, and we want to lock. Okay, so it says locking password for user Bob. It's successful. Now it is locked, so you can't log in. This is a way that you temporarily disable a user's account so that they can't get into the system. All right. So if you want to unlock it, you just say PASSWD dash U for unlock Bob. Unlocking password for user Bob. Password success. If we would do PASSWD dash capital S Bob, now we would see here's Bob. His password is set. PS means password set, and it's encrypted, but it is not disabled. His user account is not locked. So if we go back and try to log in as Bob, now hopefully if we set the password, then Bob is able to log in. Now since Bob can log in, you're gonna think, oh, everything is probably.
is your OS really that fast?
Heck no. No,
Okay,
no, no.
That's like, wow, that was awesome.
Let's say we exit out here, and here I'm back on Ubuntu now. Let's say I wanted to SSH to Bob at CentOS. It's going to ask me for Bob's password, and type it in, and I know Bob's password works because I was just logged in. But now see, it says that password was denied, and we can't get in. So we can get in locally, but we can't get in over SSH. Well, let's go back over to CentOS. I mean, we're logged in as Bob, right? So, okay, that seems to be working. Let's try to SSH locally. SSH localhost. Bob's password. Okay, so we can't even log in locally to SSH. So there's an issue with Bob's SSH account. Now we could actually look at, let's do a sudo grep Bob from the var log secure file. This is going to show us all of the information that has the word Bob in it in our authentication log file. And we can see here, password failed, check failed for Bob over SSHD. Okay, so it looks like even though we know that Bob's user account works, for some reason he's unable to authenticate his user via SSH. And it actually says an invalid user Bob. And that's actually the clue that I'm looking for. Invalid user Bob means that it has nothing to do with his password. It's his actual username that is invalid. So let's look at sudo vi, etc. sshd config file. And in here, if we look, let's actually search for Bob first of all. Ah, look at that. Down here in the very bottom, it says denied users Bob. So we've created a denied users file inside the SSHD config, which means that anybody in this list is not going to be able to connect via SSH. And sure enough, Bob is there. Now, if this was allow users Bob, Bob would of course be able to log in, but here's the issue. Only Bob would be able to log in. So if you have a deny users or an allow users, the problem is that it will negate everything that you don't specify. So
But if you have neither?
Then it doesn't use that method. In fact, you usually don't have anything, and it just if the person has a login and password, they can log in.
So SSH essentially has a allow all unless you use allow or deny users.
Yes.
Now, if you use the allow users and Bob Sally isn't in the allow users, is she denied?
Yeah, that's kind of what it said. If you do allow users, it's only who you list that can log in. And
got it.
yeah.
Got it. Cool.
If you say allow user Bob, that means only Bob is going to be able to log in. If we wanted to do this normally, we would actually just get rid of that line altogether. And this means that nobody is denied and nobody is singled out as the only person or only people who are allowed.
I should be patient.
What if this file was that deleted? And then we do a sudo server SSHD restart. And now, now let's try to log in remotely as Bob. And we're able to log in just fine because we've made sure that SSH allows them to get in too. Let's exit. One thing I want to show you just really quickly. On Ubuntu here, the only thing that's different is if we look in the var log folder, there's nothing called secure. Okay, there's no var log secure. Here in Ubuntu, it's actually the auth log that we want to look at. So auth log, this is where all the information about users logging in or not logging in is going to be stored. So in CentOS, it's var log secure, and in Ubuntu, it's going to be var log auth.log. Troubleshooting a user's ability to access the system can be a little bit frustrating, and you just have to go through the process of eliminating what the core problem is. Remember, a local problem is going to be a locally solved problem, but a remote issue might actually be a local issue that you have to solve, because if you can't log in locally, there's no way you're going to be able to log in remotely. So be sure to check those things out and know that local will definitely affect remote access. I hope this has been informative for you, and I'd like to thank you for viewing.
I just just realized I'm learning really good stuff, but I don't remember what I'm supposed to learn. I didn't look at the theme of this. What's the title of this skill? Troubleshooting. Ah,
Oh,
I am learning how to troubleshoot Linux user issues, which is perfect.
it's been so long. I actually don't remember recording these, so it's fun for me to
Like,
watch too.
this guy's good.
I'm like, I hope I answer that question because I don't.
Now, sometimes on a system, there's going to be issues with creating or deleting files that don't make a whole lot of sense. Now, there are things that we've already learned about that will make sense. For example, if you've already met your quota, or if the disk space on the device is actually full, then we won't be able to write any more files, etc. But there are a couple things that are a little sneakier. One of them is inode exhaustion. And if you've exhausted all the inodes on your hard drive, you're not going to be able to create any more files because even though there's space on the hard drive, there aren't any inodes. I'll explain that in a second. And the other is immutable files, which will mean that you cannot delete a file even if you have permissions to do so. Now, here's the deal with inodes. So we have a representation of a hard drive here, and we know how hard drives work, right? It's full of a bunch of sectors, and then an actual file will take up a certain amount of space. Big files may take up a lot of room on the hard drive, and smaller files may take up less room. However, every single file on the system will use an inode. It's kind of like a pointer to the file. So this has exactly one inode, even though it's a big file. This has one inode, even though it's a smaller file. This has one inode. This has one inode. Every single file has an inode. It's kind of like I don't know, it's placed on the hard drive that it starts. Okay, so you have to have an inode for every single file.
Inote, Inote or Node?
DE
DE.
node, I
Node.
node.
Got it.
Regardless of how much space on the hard drive it takes up. Okay, so every single file needs an inode. That's the important thing to know. And now on our system, we have two problems going on. So let's do an ls. We're going to see we have this file called delete me. Here's the first problem that we're going to look at. Let's do ls minus l so we can see delete me looks like Bob owns it, and it's read right by Bob, so Bob should be able to delete. So rm delete me.txt. It says operation not permitted. Oh, well, that's weird. Maybe I'm not reading the file permissions correctly. So I'm going to say sudo rm delete me. Well, even root can't delete the delete me.txt file. And then all of a sudden you're thinking, well, what the heck? What is going on? Root should be able to delete anything. And I'm going to be honest with you. When I was a system administrator at school like 15 years ago, I came upon a problem like this, and it drove me crazy. I was running a Fisk on the drive. I was trying to figure out what on earth might be going on, and it turns out it was just the file was set to immutable. What's immutable, you ask? Well, I'm glad you did ask. Because here's the deal. If you were to say ls attr for attribute, you would see that most files are fine. It's okay that you don't understand what all of these different attribute fields are. The one I want you to pay attention to is this lowercase I here in the fifth field. Notice that delete.txt has this flag set, and that means it's immutable. It means no matter what permission you have, what user you are in the system, you cannot delete that file. If we were to just say chattr, actually we have to be root to do this, so sudo chattr minus I delete me.txt, and now we were to say rm delete me.txt, look at that, it's gone without any problems, no errors whatsoever. If we wanted to create a file, so touch test.txt, and then sudo chattr plus I for plus immutable, we're still going to have file permission to get rid of it, but if we try to get rid of it, we're going to have that same file, or that same problem, unless we do sudo chattr minus I test, and now we can do rm test.txt. So it's just an immutable flag. It's a nice way to make sure you don't accidentally delete files. So there is that. It does have some great features, but if you don't know to look for it, oh my goodness, can it ever drive you crazy because your permissions are there. You just can't do it. Now, here's another thing I want to show you that also drove me nuts as a young sysadmin. I'm going to just touch a couple files here. So touch s1.txt, touch s2.txt, touch s3.txt. Oh, no space left on device. Now, we've seen that before if our hard drive is full, right? So ls minus l, we're going to see, all right, we have test1 and test2, but we couldn't create test3 because the hard drive is full. Let's do a df minus h of the root directory. What the heck? We have 8 gigabytes available on the system, and it still said that there's no space left on the device. And that's where inodes come into play. Because even though there's space available on the system, there are no more inodes available. So we can also look, instead of just the space available, if you do a df dash I for inodes of the root directory, you're going to see all 100% of the inodes are used up. There are 0 free, which means even though there's space available on the hard drive, there's no more inodes available for us to say, there's a file here, there's a file here, there's a file here. Now, as it turns out, I've filled up these directories with lots and lots and lots of empty files and empty directories. You can tell there's lots of space used up in here. But the deal is, inodes are full even though the space isn't. How would we fix that? We'd say something like rm minus rm documents. I can't even do tab complete. Document star. It's going to delete a bunch of stuff in there.
You know what I'm going to ask?
What? Actually, I don't.
What?
What are you
How
gonna
many
ask?
inodes do you until the thing blows up?
Yes, so many. Oh my gosh, it was so hard to get this hard drive full. I mean,
Oh, so you just started a
holy,
script that just
I
randomly
did.
added numbers to
I
files and
did.
just
Yeah, and
holy
then
cow.
so it like incrementally created them, and then I created a recursive script that took all of those and copied, and it was millions and millions and
And then you just
millions.
deleted like 3 so that it would blow up when it
Yes,
got
exactly. Yeah,
got it.
it was so hard. It took like almost the full 2 hours of the lab to get it done.
I know. And that's the funny thing is I see something like that and I'm like so much time. Everybody else is like, cool.
Yeah.
Now we can create as many files as we want without any problems whatsoever. So while there are some things that we're off the before, like are the photos still up or is the disk space full, there are some other things that we need to be aware of. For example, inodes, which can be used up especially on a system that has a lot of small files, because small files will fill up inodes before they fill up the actual disk space. And then
Now, quotas disk space, those are kind of like honorable mention because I'm
We've
assuming
covered them before.
all right, got it.
Yeah.
look for the ls attr for attributes on a file, because sometimes an immutable file will drive you crazy if you can't figure out why you can't delete it. I hope this has been informative for you. Anyway, thanks for you.
Sweet. Good.
The immutable file story is so true. I had no idea that that was even a thing, and I spent a shameful days trying to figure out why I couldn't get rid of a file, and it was just that.
Yep. Yep. I could totally see that. All right. So SE Linux privileges.
I have a prediction. I bet
All
I'm
right.
going to say that I hated SE Linux as a young system administrator. That's just a guess. We'll see if that's true because I don't remember. But
All right. Let's see it.
If you with Red Hat CentOS are probably familiar with SE Linux or security enhanced Linux. And unfortunately, one of the things that SE Linux is known for is giving system administrators a real tough time. And I have to admit, in the past, I've been a person who's just disabled SE Linux because it's been frustrating. But there is a better way because SE Linux is a really awesome and powerful security tool that you should not just disable, right? So I want to go through and show you how to do some troubleshooting so you can maybe use SE Linux.
Okay. Do you
wait a
really
minute.
believe that statement you just made?
I do, but okay, I lied. Apparently, I realized that that's the shirt I'm currently wearing. This was a skill.
Ironically, I was just looking at. So you just did this today.
This is the first thing I did today. Yeah, I finished up
funny.
this skill that I had started weeks ago.
Got it.
Oh,
Shirts are a dead giveaway. If I don't know if you noticed mine, I had this shirt on for the intro conclusion, and then different.
I
shirts
did
for the
actually.
different video.
I did
Yeah,
notice the
yeah.
fast change. Yeah, so that's I'm embarrassed that I didn't remember recording this, but I like looking at that shirt like
Such a blur.
yeah. Okay, we'll see.
So SE Linux is basically just a way for the Linux system to make sure that there aren't any programs that are doing things they shouldn't be doing. And how that works is there's a list of contexts or labels that specify when a program can or can't use a particular port on a system or a particular file on a system. And this is a very complicated and very robust system. We're just going to touch the surface of it to show you some of the things you might encounter on the command line. So basically, there's a long list of things that a particular application is allowed to access. And some of those things, like I said, are ports. Some of those things are files. And these contexts are put onto the ports and files using labels. So here's what our scenario is going to be. Normally, a web server runs on port 80 or port 443. It's going to be something that is SSL. But we're going to say port 80 for standard HTTP port. What if we wanted to serve something from a port that is not standard? Well, obviously Apache can do that, but SE Linux, our supervisor over here, is not going to allow Apache to serve from a port that it shouldn't normally have access to, and it's just going to fail. So let's actually do it. Let's set up Apache to run on a non-standard port and see what happens when we see how it is. Now here on a CentOS machine, I have Apache installed. So if we open up a web browser and we just go to http://localhost, it's going to show us that sure enough, Apache test server is installed. It's on port 80. I didn't specify port 80 because I default. If you look at port 80, sure enough, there it is. So it's running on. But if we want to run this on a non-standard port, in fact, let's look. I'm in the current working directory of the HTTP, the Apache configuration folder. Let's edit sudo HTTP, and I want to look for where it says listen. Okay, right here it's going to be listening on port 80, which is one of the ports, obviously, that is allowed to using SE Linux. So instead, say listen on port 8888. Okay, now this is not a privileged port. This is not a port below 1024. So ideally, it should be able to do this. We should just be able to allow it to listen on port 8888 and then serve off a web page on that port. So we would just say sudo systemctl restart HTTP, and it should just work. Except it didn't. Sudo systemctl status HTTP, and let's see. We have some issues here. If we stretch out, let's do that again. See it stretch out. It looks like what happened is it failed because it didn't have permission to make a socket on port 8888, which makes sense if SE Linux doesn't allow that. Now we can see what SE Linux allows. If we type sudo se manage port-l, and then it's going to go a whole list. So I just want grep for HTTP. Oops, not grep for, not grep for HTTP. And it's going to show us with this label, HTTP cache port or HTTP port, TCP ports, and here are all the ports that Apache is allowed to listen on. Notice port 8888 is not there. Now we could have switched it.
What's the point of that? Why would you want this SE Linux tool?
Well, if you listen to the guy at the beginning, it's kind of an annoying security protocol. It just
I'm just trying to think what would so the theory is somebody hacks in,
yeah.
add some open ports that they can jack into, and this prevents that.
Or yeah, and a port that's not listed, or what if they were to do a port that should be a different program is running, so like they do port 23 and it's not really Telnet, it's their own program. Yeah.
Got it. Okay, I get it.
Port 8008 or 8009, and it will work just fine. But notice 8888 is not on here. Now we could disable SE Linux and it would work, but that's not the best way to go about it. What we could do instead is add port 8888 to the SE Linux context that will be allowed to use it. So what we would do is sudo SE manage, but this time port -a for add. The type is going to be that HTTP port. So HTTP port type protocol is going to be TCP, and then the actual port is 8888. Press enter. This will take it a minute, and it's going to add it so that Apache is allowed to use port 8888. Now if we do that list again, where we grep for HTTP, we should see a change, and sure enough, now HTTP port is allowed on port 8888. So if we were to say sudo systemctl restart HTTP. There's no errors, which means if we come over here, and now we do HTTP localhost 4888A. Okay, we got the testing 1, 2, 3 page on port 8888, even though SE Linux by default would not normally allow that. What we've done is we've allowed it to also listen on port 8888 using SE Linux. We didn't have to disable it. We were able to leave it enabled, leave it forcing, and still allow us to use Apache on that port. Now, I really want to be clear. SE Linux, security enhanced Linux, this could be almost an entire course on its own, how to manage all the contexts and labels and files and ports and all the different things that it manages. However, for privileges based on the ports and files, it's not too bad to just make some modifications. And it's much better to make those modifications and handle the changes rather than just disabling SE Linux, which is what a lot of us old trusted sysadmins did for a lot of years.
I would totally disable SE Linux.
Yeah.
Now, I'm assuming, you're like, yes, I'm assuming this is not the only firewall. There, that you would have
Oh
other
yeah,
firewalls.
it's not a firewall at all.
Right. It's just like
Kernel
it's
level
an
access.
annoying check where you're like, ah, stupid thing,
Yeah.
and you gotta go.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm a professional, so I have to say security things are awesome.
Understood. Understood.
Live stream people.
Security is so good. All right.
Linux system, the environment variables are those there. My PS1. Linux system, the environment variables are those information bits that are stored in memory that affect the shell that you're logging into. Now, a lot of times if the environment variable is set up incorrectly, you can have some serious issues trying to use the computer. Now, there's kind of an order operation that happens when you log into a system, what file location, what order things are applied to your login in user. So let's actually look at the order so you can get a better understanding of exactly what happens. So first of all, we start with our user Bob here.
You know what I notice is because you handwrite everything, I don't ever look at spelling. Like people who use the handwriting fonts, I'm always like, is that spelled right? But just
Really?
your handwriting, I'm like, ah, it looks good. Like it's just,
Interesting.
or because I caught my, I'm like, is that? Nah, I was like, ah, it's fine. Like there's something that intuitively means handwriting.
So that's very cool.
Logging in and open up the command prompt. Well, there are a ton of files on the system that will affect his environment variables. The first thing is the environment file itself, the etc. So etc environment is the file that contains environment variable information. So that is applied when he first logged in, and then the system-wide etc profile configuration file is applied to his user as he's logged in. Then the system-wide etc bash.bash rc file is applied to his system as he's logging in.
Your little highlighting cursor so reminds me of like Commodore 64, like the way that what is that?
It's the highlighter in PowerPoint.
PowerPoint.
Yeah,
That's
Simona.
funny. It reminds me of like using a little cursor to.
Yeah,
Uh,
and Simona told me that I scribble too much, so I try to mix it up a little and now scribble with the highlighter a little too.
nice, nice.
And then once all of these system-wide things are applied, he has files in his individual home folder called .profile and .bash .rc. These are applied in this order, so first profile, then bash .rc. And then finally, after all those are applied, he has his login environment that sets things like his path variable, display variable. If he's using a GUI system, this environment variable will tell it where the computer display is, where it should be sending its traffic. And then PS1 is not with it. And the PS1 talks about what the command prompt looks like. And so these are just an example of all the environment variables that are set along this path as a user logs in. Now, the order is important because if you were to put something, let's say in this profile, file.profile, configuration file in the home directory, and then something in the .bash .rc file, set something that you tried to set in here, this is going to override it because it happens later in the login process. So let's actually go to a computer in our lab because something mischievous is taking place. Now I'm logged into my Ubuntu box, and if I open up a terminal window, you're going to see something horrifying. You'll see my prompt here has been changed. Rather than telling me my username and the current directory I'm in, it just lies to anybody who's curious. Now, it says working command prompt, so ls, everything is in here. But unfortunately, my environment variable PS1 has been set to this slanderous string of text. So what I'm going to do is env, and env will show you all the currently set environment variables. So these are all the environment variables that are set on our system. There's, like I said, there are a bunch of them. I mentioned a couple on our slide. A couple of those we can actually look at. Like here's our path variable set to.
I love words. I love the words that you use. Not just slanderous and but just Sean is dumb. That just has a ring to it. I don't know.
I appreciate that, I think.
Login is Bob, so that's the variable that shows our login. We can actually look at those too. We can say echo $login, and it's going to show us Bob. That is the contents of that environment variable. Same thing if you do echo path. Now, remember all those files I showed you. For example, if you look at etc environment, we're going to see this is where the path variable is set. So everybody gets applied this variable as they log in. We can look at the etc profile, same sort of thing. All of this is run, and we can look at the etc dash.bash.rc, same thing. This stuff is run, and then inside our folder, we have those files I mentioned too, .profile and the .bash .rc. Now, the first one that's executed is .profile, and this actually only runs when you log in initially to the system. So as we log in and get this GUI environment, that's when .profile is executed. However, the bash .rc is run every time we open up a new terminal window, and that's where we would look to see where customization might have been put in place. Because remember, if we put it here and then there's something here that overwrites it, this is where it's going to stick. Right, this is the last thing that's run. So let's look at that. Because I have a feeling something in there might be setting my PS1 name. Scroll all the way down. You see, this is where the color prompt is set, where it like says a home directory and then the username. So PS1 is set here, but if we scroll all the way down to the bottom, at the very bottom of the file, somebody reset the PS1 environment variable to Sean is done because they're just so cool. So if we delete that and save the file, it's still going to say Sean is done because that PS1 variable has not been reset. But if we were to open up a new terminal window, now we're going to have our proper PS1 variable set, and it's been found in Ubuntu. It's no longer going to say Sean is done. Now we could set this right here. We could say PS1 equals Sean is smart, and all of a sudden it would change. So if we want it to stick, we need to make that change in the .bash.rc file or delete that scandalous text that was put there, so it defaults back to what it should be by default. Now, environment variables are something that are required on the system for it to work. A lot of things depend on the environment variables being set, like the path variable that's to be set when you log in. But you can have shell issues that aren't show stopping, but are either insulting or making the program or your system work not quite as well. So I encourage you to go in. This is actually a lab. You should be able to click on the lab profile and start up the exact same lab that we were just working on. Fix that .bash.rc file, so it doesn't say that Sean is done anymore. But then I encourage you, see if you can make system-wide settings stick. See if making changes here will make changes for everybody on the system. And if not, see why that is. Are there automatically these files in the user profile that are going to override these? If you delete these, will these be the ones that set it? I want you to play with it so that you get a feel for how environment variables are managed on a system and how they affect the login user. I hope this has been informative for you, and I'd like to thank you for reading.
I'm curious. So obviously, great job. Well done.
Thank you.
Um, I have begun going lab crazy. That is like I'm like, hey, I had a window open. I'm going to put a lab in here where you can open a window too, and just go to town. I'm curious when you did all of these other ones, the user permissions and all that. How come you didn't throw a lab in there for that?
So I've gone back and forth. So I used to do a lab for every nugget. Literally every nugget had a lab. And
Hmm.
nobody was using labs. And like I put that thing in there and there was no like nobody ever went there and there was no thing on the page where people knew to go there. So I was like, well, if they're not going to be used, why am I even bothering? And so then I didn't do
Right.
anything for a long time. And now they're the greatest thing since sliced bread again. So now I'm trying to do at least one per skill, but I'm
More.
probably going to get back into the place where, if I do anything, I'm probably going to snapshot off a lab and put a link because there's really no reason not to. So,
Yeah,
yeah.
that's yeah. That's the only feedback, and obviously, if it were me, well, I don't know what I would do, but yeah, I think I would. I think if I were walking through one of those videos, like especially that first one, that's my MVP video, and maybe it's just because that's where I'm at. I'm like permissions. I would be like, oh, open it and try a few things, and just so I'm like, okay, I get it, I get it, and close it. It'd take 5 minutes, but I'd do it. Um, cool. Yeah, great job.
Cool. Well, thank you.
Yeah, yeah. So how much longer are you going today?
Um, I think I had what time? It's like 5 o'clock. I probably not too much longer, but there was another skill. So this was a skill that I finished off this morning, and there's another one that wasn't quite done, and I want to get that one finished as well. And I don't remember where it is. Let's see. It is skill 13. So I have one that I'm about to record, and then heading. Oh, and then yeah. So two nuggets, and they're not really long.
Yeah, cool. All right,
Probably
man.
no labs, which now I feel guilty about.
It's all right. No shame, no condemnation. All right. So that said, enjoy. Have a nice cold winter day.
It is yeah, it's single digits. So
We're 70. So
oh,
ooh, ooh.
jerk. I mean, have fun with your scorpions.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Thanks. See you, John.
Bye. All right. So yeah, if you are watching this, by Andy, it was great. That was Jeremy Chara that we did a peer review together, so that was a lot of fun. I'm gonna record, and I'll be done before too long. I might end up shutting this off if I have to have dinner and then finish up later. But I at least want to record this one right now. So I got to start a lab over because it timed out. Jeremy really liked the permission nugget that I did in one of those skills. We're actually looking at permission issues with service accounts. So, like Apache not being able to access its files. So, I guess you should have. If you're still there, Jeremy, you should stick around. Oh, keep launching. 1 minute to go. Dun, 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 dun. All right. Maybe I'll make this a lab. Be inspired by Jeremy's labbiness. Uh, All right, gotta use the restroom. Be right back. Okay. Oh, let's see. What if a new consideration you take on adopt new features? Oh, yeah. I haven't even looked at Red Hat 8 yet, so that's interesting. Here's the deal. My wife made dinner, and I am going to eat dinner with my family because I am a wise man, and if your wife makes dinner, you go out and eat dinner with your wife. So I'm going to come back later and finish up these two to get this skill. It'll be 3 skills completed today, not from start to finish, but it'll be 3 skills finished off, which is awesome. Did a peer review with Jeremy Chara. Hope you got to see that. And I'll be back next Wednesday. And hopefully between now and next Wednesday, I can finish up the Linux Plus material altogether, and that'll be done. We'll do something brand new next Wednesday. I don't know. We're going to see what it's going to be. Awesome and exciting. So I will see you next Wednesday. I hope you have a wonderful day. I hope today has been informative for you, and I'd like to thank you for tuning in. And now it's going to be awkward because I don't have the window open, and so I have to figure out how to stop this. So have a great day, and you can watch me now try to figure out where all the stopping stuff is. Ah, I found it. Bye, everybody.